All right. I am with, of course, the CEO of Tether. I'm going to make a butchery of your name. I'm very bad with names. It's kind of a meme. Paulo Ardiano. Ardiano. Is that right?
Arduino.
Oh, God.
That's okay.
One more time. Let me try it. Paulo Arduino. No?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Moving on. Thank you, sir. I appreciate this. For my first question, I had a surreal moment that you were involved with. I was watching an early Trump administration press conference. It was about crypto, and I saw you in the front row of that. And it was very surprising to me because just before, the previous administration had been so antagonistic towards crypto and towards crypto founders, people involved in crypto. And I thought when I saw your face, I was like, this really has changed. This industry really has, or from the American perspective, had really changed. I was wondering, do you feel that when you talk with people in America, with businesses in America, with politicians in America?
Well, I think that everyone remembers the previous administration, Operation Chokepoint 2.0, the OCC trying to force banks that were servicing crypto to close those accounts, crypto founders being debanked. So, I'm Italian, was born in the 80s, and I have experienced it throughout all my youth. All these movies where the US were leading every single technology. And then for the first time in my life, I was like, all right, why the US is not embracing a technology that is clearly transformational. And finally, with the new administration, was very clear. With the Trump administration, was very clear that they would put a fix to it, and they would work very hard to trying to undo all the wrongdoings that were done before. And immediately when we saw the positive attitude towards digital assets, myself and our team started to engage with the administration, and we participated to the discussions around the Genius Act, that is, of course, the stablecoin bill that directly affected us. And in the end, that culminated with my presence at the White House during the signing of the bill. So I was very proud because also the stablecoin technology is something that Tether created 11 years ago. And for the first 10 years, no one really cared about it. And it was like, oh, why I should use that, right? And then, although we have more than 500 million, or almost, well, actually around 500 million users now, still in the rich world, many don't understand the need of stablecoins, while there are 3 billion people, so half of the population of the world, that actually are in huge need of stablecoins because they don't have access to a stable form of fiat currency. They have the Nigerian naira, the Turkish lira, the Argentinian peso. So that change was very important to see and gave us hope that we could continue to build on what we built for the last 10 years.
Do you ever have to shake your head and remind yourself that things have changed so much in the US, or you or your team?
Yeah.
Because it happens to me sometimes. I'll be reading some news and I'm like, oh my God, this is so different.
We think a lot. I mean, we for the first 10 years, we watched our back every single day. And so you still do it a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yeah. All right. So markets are predicting that we're going to have rate cuts, and some analysts think that that interest rates for U.S. Treasuries are going to come down 1 or 2%, things like that. Do people at Tether pay attention to this a lot closely? And if you do, what are you thinking about it? And if you don't, why not?
So, of course, part of the revenue model of a stablecoin is interest rates. And if interest rates would come down 2%, for example, they would settle around 2% ish for short-term US Treasuries. That would still mean a $4 billion profit. So I'm not here crying on myself about it, but I think it would pose a very serious risk to everyone else in this industry. So USDT is the only stablecoin that does not pay yield to its own distribution channel. And so I wonder what will happen when interest rates will go down. Even our competitors are barely profitable now. Imagine if you reduce 2% of their interest rate, while on our side, if you reduce 2%, I mean, we still be very, very profitable because we don't have to borrow the distribution channels. We own our distribution channels. And so our competitors pay 80% of their revenues to the distribution channel. We pay zero. So I think for us, I mean, we don't mind much. We think that interest rates in the short term might come down. Potentially in the long term, they might spike back up. But we run our business very conservatively. We think that until 2022, interest rates were zero.
Yeah, it's true.
So still, I mean, and Tether is now expanding to many different business models, so that whatever happens, we think we can remain extremely profitable.
Yeah, I never thought of it like that, but it does make sense that since you are the largest stablecoin by far, this would hurt your competitors more than it would you, which is true in many aspects of lots of different businesses. Okay, good. So, talking a bit about what Tether is doing other than stablecoins, I've noticed that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but recently Tether is investing more in the space. I saw that you're partnering with various companies such as like Rumble with their wallet. You're making investments in different projects like Stable, for example. I had the pleasure of interviewing a gentleman from them at Korea Blockchain Week. You also had a great partnership I saw with Tron and TRM. I saw a great talk on that and in focusing on trying to make compliance really, really good and finding bad actors in the space. Overall, what is the strategy for how Tether is investing in crypto and crypto companies? Because those are very different verticals, I would say, right? Like L1s, wallets, and compliance.
Well, a stable coin, well, every product, but the stable coin in this case needs a distribution channel. And Tether invests in two types of distribution channels. The first one is digital. You mentioned Rumble and Rumble Wallet.
Yeah.
Rumble has 51 million active users per month. That is huge distribution opportunity.
Yeah.
On the other side, Tether invests in physical distribution as well. So we invest in chains of shops, kiosks, bodegas in Central South America, Africa, Asia, so that the kiosk where people go and buy their phone credit. So we invest in them because they are our physical touch point with the territory. So through that, we are basically distributing USDT. Our approach has been always building from the ground up, building with the boots on the ground. That is also what makes USDT so sticky to entire communities and territories and nations. So of course, the business model of our investment is partly that, and when we invest in and support technology companies like Stable, for example, and others that are building additional infrastructure, crypto-based infrastructure with USDT at their core, that is very important because they still continue to consolidate our position in the market.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just on that last point with like Stable and I guess just this week, Plasma had like a very kind of well-received mainnet release. And then there's Tempo is on the horizon. Google apparently is going to have an L1 focused on stablecoin infrastructure. Tether has very specifically not made like a Tether chain. However, you're partnering with lots of, I would say, quality projects. What's the strategy behind that?
It's important. So we never wanted to launch a Tether chain because that would be competing against our own distribution channels. So we want to partner with great projects and great innovators, and we want to give opportunities to everyone to build the best products that they can. So I know that our competitors are doubling down on creating their own blockchain, but in my opinion, it's not the right move because then every other blockchain will think, oh, well, then I'm second tier, right? They have a preferential access. I think at Tether, we carefully and strategically take every single decision to avoid to hurt our distribution channels.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then yeah, you can be seen as impartial or
Yes.
be impartial.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Last question. So you mentioned getting physical distribution, and you mentioned Latin America, I believe.
Yeah.
As you said, I've noticed that you've had some investments in Latin America. For example, what is this? Orion X in Europe, BitMe in Spain, places in Georgia, Eastern Europe, and then in Latin America. What do you think are the one or two kind of geographical regions that are the biggest opportunity for Tether?
Definitely. Well, I mean, I'm going to say half of the world, because then it's definitely Africa is extremely interesting, but the amount of infrastructure need there is huge. For example, in Asia, in East Asia, for example, there is huge opportunities, but the population is very, very digital, and digital infrastructure is good. You have good connectivity, for example. Africa is 1.4 billion people, huge opportunity. But there, we are building our own infrastructure, we are building our own energy infrastructure, we are building our communication infrastructure, because we have almost to build from zero. Central South America, we have already a very strong, solid digital infrastructure in place, and we partner with many local companies. So it's actually almost a low-hanging fruit for us.
Yeah, so it sounds to me then it would be Asia and Latin, basically, because the U.S. And Europe, the traditional system is probably good enough.
Yeah,
right?
for most of the people, it's good enough.
And they'll eventually use stable coins, but then they'll do it like kicking and screaming, I guess, or whatever. But yeah, so Asia and Latin, and also just from this conversation, it really has reframed for me the kind of the importance of distribution and how that can really inform how I think about Tether's strategy.
Yeah, it's a key.
Yes, it's a great way for me and hopefully our audience to see Tether and Tether's moves. Thank you so much for this. I know that I'm the last interview of the day, so I really appreciate the time, and I hope you have some delicious food afterwards.
I'm sure we'll have, and thank you very much for your time and for having me.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
And we're done. Free self-custody Bitcoin. Scan this QR code right here from within the Bitcoin.com wallet app. You better hurry up. Anyone can get it. Oh, is it still there? Is it gone? I don't know.
In this video, you're going to learn how to mint TBTC on the Ethereum network using the Bitcoin.com wallet. So first, you'll need to make sure that you have at least 0.01 Bitcoin in your wallet and some Ethereum to cover the gas fee. Once you meet the requirements, you're going to head over to the Web3 Explorer on the wallet. On the search bar, you're going to type in dashboard.threshold.network. Next, you're going to scroll down and hit Mint TBTC and connect your Ethereum wallet. Find the Bitcoin.com wallet and then press connect. And once again, make sure the connected wallet has some Ethereum to cover gas fees. Under the BTC return address, you're going to remove the Bitcoin colon, and this address will be the same address that is funded with at least 0.01 BTC. Once you've done that, you're going to tap Generate Deposit Address. Now, this will create a receipt, and you can save that receipt somewhere and then press back, and you'll see that the deposit address has been generated. So this is where you're going to send your Bitcoin. After copying the deposit address, go back to your Bitcoin wallet and enter it into the address bar. Let's switch to base currency Bitcoin, and then we're going to send 0.01 BTC to that address and press continue and slide to send. Next, we're going to go back to the dashboard of the Threshold Network site and connect the same Ethereum wallet that we used initially. And after an hour or so, you should see that your deposit was confirmed, and you're going to tap on Bridge. Now, you can see here that you have to pay a network fee for this, so make sure that your wallet is funded with Ethereum. After a few seconds, you should see your mint initiate. After a few hours, you should see the TBTC show up in your Ethereum wallet. That's how you mint TBTC using the Bitcoin.com wallet.
We are giving away free self-custody Bitcoin during our live conference coverage. First, download the Bitcoin.com wallet app. During our conference coverage, we're going to show you these golden tickets. From within the Bitcoin.com wallet app, use the QR code scanner to scan these golden ticket QR codes. Swipe to auto-magically send the Bitcoin to your self-custody wallet. But be ready, be fast, because anyone watching can get the Bitcoin.
When crypto leaders want reach and results, they choose Bitcoin.com. A global audience, massive reach across social, web, and mobile, engaged users who trust our brand, and campaigns that move at the speed of crypto. From press to podcasts, X to SEO, display ads to rewards integrations in the app, Bitcoin.com delivers exposure across every channel that matters. Our clients include the world's leading exchanges, wallets, and gaming platforms. When they need impact, they trust Bitcoin.com. Get your brand where it belongs, in front of millions. Partner with Bitcoin.com Media today.
Stable, but exposed. If your dollar token can be tracked, frozen, or flagged, it's not freedom. Freedom Dollar is the first uncensorable stablecoin, private by design, built on Zano. Unlike Tether or USDC, Freedom Dollar hides your balance, your activity, and your identity. No tracking, no freezing, no middlemen. Hold, send, and swap Freedom Dollar privately, right inside the Bitcoin.com wallet. And now you can even spend it worldwide. Privacy isn't a luxury, it's a right. Freedom Dollar is your escape from surveillance finance.
Until now, fiat balances only lived on centralized exchanges and fintech apps. Not anymore. Bitcoin.com Balance brings fiat balances to the decentralized world. That means you can buy and sell with ease, but you always keep complete control of your crypto. Once you've funded your Bitcoin.com balance, you can buy Bitcoin and 50 plus cryptos in seconds. No more failed transactions, lower fees, and you can sell back into your Bitcoin.com balance anytime. Need Bitcoin fast? Just tap, confirm, and boom, crypto in your wallet. No waiting, no friction. Bitcoin.com balance. Power and security of decentralization, the ease of a centralized exchange.
Did you make it, son?
Yes, I'm here. They took everything from me. My money, my passport, my phone.
world words?
Yes, I know the words.
Opera, fabric, terra, trash, if, void, country, engine, complex, new, fate, purpose.
I got into crypto last year when I joined Bitcoin.com. It seems like it was the right time because when I joined the company, everyone is into crypto, and I guess it influenced on me. And then I started to get into crypto, and then I started to buy, and then now I'm like a little bit of a DJ now.
So I got into crypto sometime in 2014 or 2016, I can't remember. But I was farming Ethereum. I had like 2,000 plus Ethereum at one point. But it was when it was worth nothing. It's like 1 to 2 USD each. So I sold it off. I made a good profit, but 7 years later, I could have become like retired. So the only reason we're having this conversation right now is because I should have held.
No, when I first heard about crypto, it was from my ex-colleague, and it was about year 2017. I was totally new and I don't know what about this. And then come to year 2019, at end of 2019, I was invited by a friend for a seminar, and that was the first time I know what is cryptocurrency and what is Bitcoin. I found that it's very interesting into the technology and the blockchain kind of technology. Then I tried to, firstly into future trading and spot trading, and more into knowing about different exchanges, the wallets, and then into meme coins. So I then become so degen into playing or trading memes.
I went into crypto space at about year 2019, where I was working for an angel investor that is having a portfolio company in crypto space, which interests me quite a bit. So I decided to venture into this field.
I got into crypto while I was working with agencies on finance-related clients, and I always felt like crypto was this interest that I could never really speak to my colleagues about. So it's really interesting entering a crypto company where my interests in crypto become part and parcel of daily life.
So at Bitcoin.com, I'm the FP&A manager. I translate accounting data for the management because, it's just complicated. So the management wants to get insights, right? So I provide the insights from the data. So I'm kind of like a translator, so to speak. A financial translator, if you will. Yeah.
I'm the growth lead, and what that means is leading initiatives that lead to growth, whether on partnerships fronts or within our internal departments.
I'm the compliance officer for Bitcoin.com. Basically, I make sure that we stay regulated in certain countries, and then we follow the rules and regulations that's being set off.
I'm finance director of Bitcoin.com, so oversee the accounting tax function as well as treasury.
I'm actually working in the finance department, oversees a 2 cost center, plus in charge of the revenue-related data transaction. Basically for me, I have been in Singapore for more than 30 years, so I like the cleanness and the safety in Singapore. The environment are good. You have to mix around with positive people, and it's a hub for most of the Southeast Asia countries, most of the people internationally. Yeah.
I like living in Singapore because it is safe, it's clean, and there's lots of food because I'm a foodie.
I would say because it's my home, I'm obliged to like it. Like, you can't really beat the safety and the cleanliness we have here with some of the things we take for granted, like the MRT system. I think the weather is very predictable, which is good. So a lot of people complain that, Singapore is only rain or shine, but that's good, right? Because if you go to other countries, suddenly you have a typhoon, a super typhoon at your doorstep. Do you want that? And also Singapore is also free from natural disasters. So yeah, that's something we take for granted. I'm sure a lot of Singaporeans have never been in a situation when the ground was quaking below you and you're just fearing for your life.
It's really nice to live in a kind of a hub where you have easy access to different neighboring countries. And in that sense, Singapore is situated similarly to a city in Europe, I would dare say, where if you wanted to access Malaysia, Vietnam, Bangkok, you're less than 2 hours flight away. My colleagues often say things like they like the food and they like that it's safe. I have no quarrels there. I've lived abroad. I've realized that, like safety is something that you can't really take for granted. Efficiency is also another thing that I will rate quite highly on that list, because when you live in Singapore, things just work.
If you're considering to live in Singapore, the advice is to go explore the whole city. Avoid all the fancy restaurants that you see in the malls. Visit the local coffee shops. Visit the local hawkers.
I think if you want to live in Singapore, you have to be earning quite a bit of money. Unless you taper your expectations and live like a local, you can get a flat in HDB. I feel like a lot of foreigners, they tend to pigeonhole their choices into like, oh, I have to live in this area because this is the cool place for foreigners to live in. Oh, I have to spend this amount at like this upmarket supermarket, when they can be actually spending their money more wisely. So I've actually talked to some ex-colleagues. I've reduced their expenses easily by 60-70% by just making them think about whether this is a smart choice or not. So I think instead of phrasing it as earning more money, I'd be like, spend my money more wisely and don't be like compelled to think that you have to spend this amount of money just because, yeah.
The train will be crowded, so try to avoid those like the timing that at least like working hours time period, so that you won't be stuck in the crowd. Yeah.
The first thing to consider is find a suitable accommodation, because the rental expense is quite high. The rest of the stuff are relatively cheap and manageable. Probably they can also take a chance to travel around, because Singapore is quite near to all the neighboring countries, very convenient.
On a hot day, go try a sugarcane juice. Make sure there's a lot of ice in it. On a rainy day, maybe go for a bak kut teh. That's like a pork rib soup. It's really tasty. But TLDR, food in Singapore is really good. Please feel free to explore. There's no limits to the next frontier. Like, there's new tech being shipped out, there's new projects being built every day, and everyone just wants to do something better. I work with great people, and I dare say so because it's a very collaborative environment. It's very different from the types of traditional finance marketing roles that I've had in the past. Of course, things can get quite rough, and it's always very fast-paced. It's an industry that doesn't sleep.
Like, even people don't really know the industry, it's quite easy to go into this space, so you get to know different kinds of people from different fields. So it's quite interesting to know different people.
Because I love crypto, so I was trying to look for an opportunity into crypto industry. In my previous job, I will not allow or say
And we're back. We are here with Keith Grossman, who is president at MoonPay, where he leads efforts around enterprise and institutional adoption of Web3 infrastructure. Keith, you've had a fascinating career arc from media and publishing at places like Wired, Bloomberg, and Time Magazine to now leading enterprise at MoonPay. Can you tell us about the path you took to get here and how has your experience shaped the way you think about Bitcoin and crypto?
Sure. So first, I'm going to divide it into two different things. Okay. So on my path, like if you look, my path in media was never on the editorial side. It was always on the business and strategy and technology side, right? So really, like media was a platform or a canvas to be able to evolve, right? So, like if you look at my time at Wired, right, I had an amazing team, and Wired was like my first sort of real foray into the industry. The things that we did for the brand structurally was we digitized the brand. If you remember when the tablet came out, the iPad came out in 2010, we launched the tablet that Steve Jobs held up and said, this is how it should be done. At Ars Technica, we built out predictive algorithms to make sure that like people could serve ads into articles that would ultimately go viral. And that won a project I for the best advertising invention at Bloomberg. It was the reinvention of Bloomberg, commercial brand or like larger retail brand, to bring it all under one house, launching quick take. At the time, it was modernizing this brand, right? And you take from Time Magazine to sort of like what that red border could do. Against the backdrop of all those, like where crypto sort of entered in was like when I was at Wired, the editors came to me in 2010 and they said, there's this thing called Bitcoin. And I loved that Maya Drazen, who was my partner at the time, Howard Mittman also was in the room when this happened. And I was like, what is this thing? And they explained to me Bitcoin theoretically. And they said, well, what do you need from me? And I said, we need a check for $6,800 so we can mine Bitcoin in the Wired offices. So I wrote the check, right? Because I was the associate publisher of Wired at the time. And so they mined the Bitcoin in the offices of Wired. In 2010, they wrote an article about what Bitcoin was. I read it, and I was like, this is amazing, right? You remember the first time you read sort of anything about Bitcoin, and you're like, this is amazing. And I kind of fell in love with it, right? And there's this very well-known story of like, I wanted the Bitcoin on our books, and the editors wouldn't give it to me, and they ripped up the seed phrase. And so Wired like essentially let a few $100 million of the Bitcoin sort of like go to the wayside.
Was that for journalistic integrity reasons?
Yes, but I don't agree with this because I actually wrote the check for the computer. And that was my argument. Because I was like, it's just NASA at the end of the day. Like, who cares? But that's neither here nor there. If you look, though, when I went to Bloomberg, who owns @crypto on X? It's Bloomberg, right? So like one of the things as we were launching out, if we were thinking about the organization was how do we get people familiar with the Bloomberg content and how good the Bloomberg content is? And so we said on X, if content is distributed or decentralized, right, people will go to what is the most obvious thing, the label of the ecosystem. So if it was technology or luxury or fashion or economics or business, we secured all of those handles, right? That's why Bloomberg has all those handles. But then we also secured @crypto because we knew that this would be an important sort of topic, and we launched the crypto vertical. And at time, like I didn't go there thinking I was going to take time into crypto, but like during COVID, I started to fall in love with this notion that like my digital identity as Keith Grossman online is the same as my physical identity, right? And so if I wanted to own something in the real world, I might also want to one day own something in the digital world. And then I went down the NFT rabbit hole of understanding digital ownership. And so against that backdrop, that's how sort of like time was born into the crypto Web3 world. And I just had this one day where I looked at what's happening and, you know, I saw this trend line with the emergence of blockchain technology. And what I really saw was that the internet was absorbing an embedded finance layer at a massive scale. And I thought this was an evolution that was so big that I couldn't pass it up. And if you think about my career in media, it's always been as a observer, taking these technologies and applying it to the media. And what I wanted to do was participate. We thought this was too big of an evolution.
Okay, so
first heard about Bitcoin in 2010. Obviously, you went all in on it. I wish. No, the moment I went really like, and I love Bitcoin a lot. And I'm not a maxi, I don't anything, but I really love Bitcoin. It's why my pinned tweet at the top of my X handle is an explainer for people, like a dummy's guide to understanding Bitcoin with no jargon. Was during COVID, and the U.S. government was just printing, and saying there was going to be no inflation. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm like, there's no way that you could print and not have inflation. And I went and I jumped into it at that point, like meaningfully. And I said to some folks in TradFi that I thought this was really a big, meaningful sort of evolution. And they all laughed at me. And then this past Christmas and holidays, I got them all candles that said, "Smells like I was right about Bitcoin." but all right. So could you tell us how MoonPay fits into this whole Bitcoin and crypto world? Sure, they do. So first, I would be remiss if I didn't say this, especially since I'm sitting here on a Bitcoin.com panel. But MoonPay wouldn't be here without Bitcoin.com. And I think that's a story that like very few people know or understand, but Roger Ver was actually the person who gave Ivan, our founder and CEO, our first shot. And so Bitcoin.com is a very meaningful partner to us personally. To step back from that, right? And that's like a nod in a moment to you all that I'd be remiss if I didn't make while I was here right now. Appreciate it. To step back from that, like the original thesis of MoonPay was there's something really exciting happening over here, and it's this crypto thing, and it's really hard to get access to it, right? Like back in 2010, if you wanted to buy Bitcoin, it's not an easy purchase. So when Ivan realized that, he was like, how do I connect what you have over here with your credit cards or debit cards to be able to buy this thing over here? It sounds simple, but it's more complex than one would say. So MoonPay was born as an on-ramp, but over the years has evolved to be an on-ramp, off-ramp, to offer trading, to offer stablecoin infrastructure. And now when you think about it, it's really about how value is moving in this new world. And like if you were to make sort of an analogy, it's akin to when PayPal emerged as the trusted sort of source for online e-commerce. That's what MoonPay is ultimately delivering for the crypto ecosystem. So as an on-ramp, could you go into some of the use cases? So you partner with front ends who are and make it possible, make it easier for people to get in. So the easiest way to think about it is if you have a Bitcoin.com wallet and you have fiat and you want that fiat to be crypto, MoonPay is who will manage in the decentralized ecosystem that KYC, allow for the fiat to be transferred into the crypto, and allow the access into the decentralized ecosystem. At the end of the day, when you think about it, we're the compliant, fully regulated membrane that allows individuals to enter into DeFi. All right. So one debate in crypto that seems to be growing these days is whether the real opportunity lies in sort of the infrastructure, whether it's things like on-ramps or layer ones, or whether it lies in the front ends, who has the distribution. Do you have any thoughts on this debate? No, I mean, I think crypto is really misunderstood to begin with, right? Like that's a debate that I think you get into when you get to real technical sort of people who are very familiar with like the details. I think the misunderstanding of crypto, and I think the bigger debate is, like when I was in media, people could understand that print was a vertical category. You're either a magazine or a newspaper or you're not, right? Terrestrial radio was a vertical category. You're either radio or you're not. Linear television was a vertical category. You're either cable television or you're not. But digital is a horizontal category, right? Like anything that can be digitized is. So you can have digital print, you can have digital audio, you can have digital video. And then you can do really interesting things in digital that you can't do in vertical categories that are analog, right? You could share it, you could target it differently, you could manipulate it differently and whatnot. If you believe that the world is becoming increasingly digitized, then all crypto is an extension of digitization. It can be digitized, it can then be tokenized, right? And so I think what people don't understand about crypto, and I think the bigger debate is crypto is a horizontal category. It's not a vertical category, right? And then when you look, and that's why people don't understand it. And that's why people debate these like intricacies, but they don't really understand like what's happening in crypto, which is Bitcoin is its own vertical, right? What's that USP of Bitcoin? I would argue it's an alternative asset class, right? The ETFs are their own vertical. What's the USP of the ETFs? I would argue it's a vehicle for TradFi institutions to hold these new asset classes, whether it's Bitcoin or other assets. DeFi protocols are their own vertical, right? What is that? It's allowing for smart contracts to enter in. The stable coins are their own vertical. What's that? The internet as its embedded finance layer, right? How do you ultimately allow treasuries and stable US dollars to move across? And then meme coins are their own vertical, right? And what's that? It's essentially an extension of gambling, or like the beginning stages of getting people comfortable with digital ownership and what that can ultimately do for real world assets. I think when you start to look at that, the question is how do people then access these verticals, right? And who ultimately has distribution into those verticals? One of MoonPay's, I think, biggest advantages is we have 30 million customers, right? So we're really big in the space. We hold everyone's KYC ultimately for them in a very highly compliant, regulated manner. So we remove as much friction from the space as possible. So like ultimately, we are sort of the front end for people to be able to move in and out of the space. But really, like when you think about it, we are Switzerland when it comes to what is the space itself. Like in my mind, the difference between a centralized player and a decentralized player is a centralized player is trying to absorb everything into its own ecosystem, whereas what MoonPay is ultimately empowering is access to this decentralized ecosystem, and we're as pro-competition as you can get. Like if you come up with a really cool idea, amazing. And what makes, I think, crypto the most fascinating business on the planet is it's a industry for people who are both curious, insomniacs, and sadomasochists, right? Like it's always changing and it's always on and it's always evolving. And so like, I think that the bigger debate is like, what's cooler, all the competition out here or sort of like one big player over here doing one thing? Okay. So it sounds like what you're saying is, like the way MoonPay is structured, as the industry grows, you're pretty much guaranteed to get a bigger piece of your piece of the pie is guaranteed to grow. Yeah, I mean, we literally just want to support the growth of the decentralized ecosystem. Yeah. And we see, by the way, if I can, I'm sorry to interrupt you on this, you see that the stats show that the trend line is in that direction, right? 5 years ago, the DEX to SEX volume, right, was DEXs were less than 2%. I think less than 1% 5 years ago. Today, as of last week, if you look at Blockworks research, it's 30%. Why is that happening? Well, the trend line that we're building against is the world's just getting faster, more efficient, and cheaper. That's it. So on that note, I guess you would posit that it's inevitable that we're going to continue becoming more decentralized. Yeah, I think what you see is the incorrect assumption is that decentralization replaces centralization. I think that they mature together. I think you're always going to need centralized players at any level because as you affix yourself to larger governments and the larger global financial system, regulators need someone to hold responsible. So you're going to need centralized players. I think that the pie is just going to continue to get bigger. There's going to be it's a generation of the technological evolution that's taking place right now at the same time. So I think that centralized players are going to slowly get smaller. They're not going to disappear. The inefficiencies, the intermediary aspects of it will probably be replaced. They'll make more money in other areas like FX, but decentralized players will start to evolve in ways where they can now give access directly to more and more consumers because the front end and the onboarding experience just will get more seamless. See. So in an op-ed that you published on Bitcoin.com News a few months ago, which was titled, "We are about to enter the golden age of crypto." you spoke a lot about regulation. So could you maybe expand on how important you think? I mean, your op-ed was came out just after the Genius Act was passed. Could you expand on why you think that was such a pivotal moment?
Sure. So think about this. Well, how long have you been with Bitcoin.com?
About 4 years.
Okay. So think about just the past 4 years you've been with Bitcoin.com. Think about the industry, right? Up until the change in the administration, it's not pro-Trump, negative Trump, this is just fact, right? Like, this industry existed in a very hostile environment and in a very gray environment, right? Gray meaning there's not clarity, right? A lot of the building that Bitcoin.com has done, that MoonPay has done, that everyone, whether a centralized player like Coinbase or Kraken or Robinhood or any of these players have done, that Exodus has done, that anyone in the space has done, right? Has been in this fog of just sort of like negativity, uncertainty. And now all of a sudden, for the first time, we're beginning to get clarity. And what's interesting about clarity, and I say this in the article, is clarity provides stability, right? Stability attracts capital inflows, right? And most industries would be thrilled to get one piece of clarity in which to build. Crypto is getting 4 clarities at the exact same time with this change in this administration, and we're seeing it globally as well. It's getting regulatory clarity, right? The first time ever in the United States, the SEC, the CFTC are beginning to talk to each other. They're beginning to define what's a security, what's not a security. They're open to conversations. They're willing to say what is allowed, what's not allowed. This is not irrational exuberance. This is rational clarity that they're giving for businesses to be able to start to build. For the first time ever, we're seeing legislative clarity, right? You saw that the U.S. passed the repeal of the DeFi broker rule. You saw Genius. You're seeing a market structure bill being discussed. By the way, this is not just in the U.S. In Europe, you see Nika getting pushed. In the U.K., you see FinCom. Whether you agree with this stuff or not, right? Like, at least it's clarity. Clarity, again, provides stability with price capital inflows. You're seeing banking clarity. The OCC, for the first time ever, is saying to banks, this is what you can do. You can hold digital assets. You can't hold these digital assets. You're seeing accounting clarity. These are the FASB rules. What does that ultimately do? Right? It's allowing all these treasury companies to start to emerge, right? And so it's really fascinating to watch this industry that for 15 years emerged, grew, because builders believed that this technology was really interesting. And what they really believed, and this is what people don't understand, is the trend line is that the world is just getting faster, more efficient, and cheaper. Right? So AI, machine learning, tokenization, it's all the same shit. Excuse my language, right? Like, if you say faster, more content, more information is being produced ever before. The only thing that can actually verify content at that production speed is a blockchain, right? Which is tokenization, which is crypto, right? When you say more efficient, what's happening? Intermediaries are getting removed. What does that ultimately mean? That what is originating at point A is happening at point B faster than ever before. What happens faster than that? A token and a blockchain, right? Cheaper. Why is it getting cheaper? Because all the intermediaries are getting removed, right? This disruption that we're seeing is unbelievably massive. There's going to be insane job disruption. But at the same time, like, there's going to be incredible sort of outcomes of efficiency that, new industries from very strong.
All right. Can we just go back a little bit to your role at MoonPay?
No.
Of course, what's up? Yeah, so I'd love to hear. So, what are you working on personally at MoonPay?
I mean, I would say MoonPay is really matured over the years, right? When it originated, when I even first came out, it was just an on-ramp. And then it's matured into on-ramp, off-ramp, all these sort of diversified sort of streams. What we're ultimately building towards is a network, right? Like, how do we think about the entire ecosystem and how can we be this membrane that supports the continued growth of DeFi, right? And that explains why, like, our most recent acquisition, which was Meso, was so important. Like, think about what Ben Mills did. Like, one of the founders of Meso, like, he was one of the top engineers, one of the top product people at Venmo. Think about what Ali, did, the other co-founder. He was the top engineer at Braintree, right? Like, Think about what the Iron acquisition was in terms of stablecoin movements, right? Like, think about what the MasterCard partnership announcement was with that, right? Like, where we could now plug into their entire network globally of 150 million sort of locations worldwide. Everything that we do is around the idea of, like, how can we build this sort of next generation payments network, or the movement of value.
Okay, so let's fast forward 3 to 5 years. How do you see MoonPay's position in the industry broadly?
So I don't predict 3 to 5 years, only because I learned this at Wired from Chris Anderson. Like, you're crazy if you predict technology beyond 18 months.
Okay,
right?
so let's go 18 months.
But 18 months, it's going to be very similar to where the vision is that I just painted out and it will be bigger, right? Like, one thing that I feel really proud about is the team is really focused, during this time in terms of building towards this vision. The team understands its mission, the values, the movement of value, the world is shifting, and like, this is a really incredible moment to do it. The one thing about clarity that is amazing but awful is the most opportunity to grow occurs when there's not clarity. The most money ultimately comes into the system when clarity occurs. And so we're in this transitionary moment where you're seeing a lot of consolidation in the ecosystem. And I think what you're going to continue to see is that we're going to continue to make acquisitions, continue to grow towards this vision, and we're going to continue to play offense.
Okay, great. Keith Grossman, thank you so much for your time. Up next, we've got another episode of Token Narrative, so we'll be right back with that. Stay tuned.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope that was good.
Yeah.
We are giving away free self-custody Bitcoin during our live conference coverage. First, download the Bitcoin.com wallet app. During our conference coverage, we're going to show you these golden tickets. From within the Bitcoin.com wallet app, use the QR code scanner to scan these golden ticket QR codes. Swipe to auto-magically send the Bitcoin to your self-custody wallet. But be ready, be fast, because anyone watching can get the Bitcoin.
When crypto leaders want reach and results, they choose Bitcoin.com. A global audience, massive reach across social, web, and mobile, engaged users who trust our brand, and campaigns that move at the speed of crypto. From press to podcasts, X to SEO, display ads to rewards integrations in the app, Bitcoin.com delivers exposure across every channel that matters. Our clients include the world's leading exchanges, wallets, and gaming platforms. When they need impact, they trust Bitcoin.com. Get your brand where it belongs, in front of millions. Partner with Bitcoin.com Media today.
Stable, but exposed. If your dollar token can be tracked, frozen, or flagged, it's not freedom. Freedom Dollar is the first uncensorable stablecoin, private by design, built on Zano. Unlike Tether or USDC, Freedom Dollar hides your balance, your activity, and your identity. No tracking, no freezing, no middlemen. Hold, send, and swap Freedom Dollar privately, right inside the Bitcoin.com wallet. And now you can even spend it worldwide. privacy isn't a luxury, it's a right. Freedom Dollar is your escape from surveillance finance.
Until now, fiat balances only lived on centralized exchanges and fintech apps. Not anymore. Bitcoin.com Balance brings fiat balances to the decentralized world. That means you can buy and sell with ease, but you always keep complete control of your crypto. Once you've funded your Bitcoin.com balance, you can buy Bitcoin and 50 plus cryptos in seconds. No more failed transactions, lower fees, and you can sell back into your Bitcoin.com balance anytime. Need Bitcoin fast? Just tap, confirm, and boom, crypto in your wallet. No waiting, no friction. Bitcoin.com balance. The power and security of decentralization, the ease of a centralized exchange.
Did you make it, son?
Yes, I'm here. They took everything from me. My money, my passport, my phone.
Don't worry, it's going to be fine. Did you remember the 12 words?
Yes, I know the words.
Opera, fabric, terra, trash, if, void, country, engine, complex, new, fate, purpose.
In this video, we'll show you how to earn Bitcoin, currently at over 30% APY, by staking Verse tokens in the Bitcoin.com wallet app using the low-fee Polygon network. You can also stake Verse on Ethereum, but for this walkthrough, we'll focus on Polygon. To get started, you'll need some Verse tokens. This is what you'll be staking to earn Bitcoin. You can earn Verse for free in the Rewards Center or buy or swap into it directly in the app. You'll also need a small amount of Matic, also sometimes called POL, which is the gas token on the Polygon network. You'll be using Matic to cover transaction fees, which are less than 1 cent in most cases. Now that we have everything we need, it's time to stake Verse to start earning Bitcoin. From the home screen, go to Web3 Explorer, then select Earn Bitcoin on Polygon. Next, you'll need to connect your wallet. Make sure to connect your Polygon wallet that has Verse and Matic in it. Then hit the Stake Verse button, enter the amount to stake, and confirm the transactions. The first transaction approves use of Verse. The second deposits your Verse into the staking smart contract. And that's it! You're now earning Bitcoin in the form of TBTC, a decentralized, one-to-one Bitcoin-backed token. You can claim your Bitcoin rewards at any time by tapping Claim Rewards. Just like when you staked your Verse, you'll again need a little Matic to cover the fee. Your rewards come in TBTC, a decentralized version of Bitcoin that's usable in Web3 apps and faster to transact than mainnet Bitcoin. It's always backed one-to-one with real Bitcoin on the Bitcoin blockchain, and you can swap it to mainnet Bitcoin anytime. You can unstake your Verse anytime, instantly, and without penalties. When you do, you'll get your Verse back, plus any unclaimed rewards. And that's it. Stake your Verse tokens in the Bitcoin.com wallet app to start earning Bitcoin today, fast, simple, and self-custodial. Try it now. In this video, we'll show you how to earn Bitcoin, currently at over 30% APY, by staking Verse tokens in the Bitcoin.com wallet app using the low-fee Polygon network. You can also stake Verse on Ethereum, but for this walkthrough, we'll focus on Polygon. To get started, you'll need some Verse tokens. This is what you'll be staking to earn Bitcoin. You can earn
And we are back with another episode of Token Narratives. I'm Graham Stone, joined as usual by news and research, occasional gigabrain, David Sensel. And we're live here at Token2049 Singapore. David, why are you less gigabrained than normal today?
Because I've been doing conferences, live stream conference stuff for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks straight, but specifically recently, like 10 days straight. The only thing I've been doing is speaking and scheduling and researching all the awesome guests that we've had. And I haven't had any time to really like look at what's happening in the actual crypto ecosystem.
Okay, so you're telling me you missed the Million X game? You missed Trillions?
Well, we talked about this last week. Aster, completely missed.
Completely missed it, yes.
Completely.
I got to tell you, during Korea Blockchain Week, I may or may not have been trading Aster during the live.
Seriously,
not extreme leverage
on your phone,
on my laptop. You thought I was looking at like information and questions about the guests. I was actually.
So while I was doing work, you were. What do the young kids call it? You were getting your bag. Get your bag.
My nut.
I hate that bag terminology, by the way.
It's nut, isn't it?
No. See, you're old. You are old.
Oh, okay.
All the young people say, "Get your bag."
Bag. Oh, okay.
Yeah. You didn't even know that? This is what happens when you live in an isolated place on an island.
Yeah. Well. All right. Let's get into the gut check, David. So, one thing I wanted to bring up was. There's a government shutdown, and
what?
Apparently, there's a government shutdown.
I know
in the
that
US.
much.
So, how do markets react to that? Now, there was a really interesting post from Kobeissi Letter, which great follow, by the way.
It is
very. A lot of alpha on that. I mean, like. Very good analysis of the Kobeissi Letter channel.
I would caveat that. I mean, they put out a lot of stuff. So some of it is mixed, I would say, or
a little basic. But
yeah.
This was really interesting.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so some basic stats. All right, the average length of a government shutdown in the U.S. is 8 days. And what happens when the government shuts down? Well, in 86% of government shutdown cases. So far, the S&P has ended higher 1 year later. Okay, whatever. That doesn't mean too much, I guess, because the S&P is just always going up.
Yeah, it's always going up, yeah.
But the average gain 1 year later after government shutdown, 13%. Okay, during the 35-day government shutdown in 2018, the S&P rallied 11%. While the government is shut down, the U.S. saves around $400 million a day in costs. And the Fed generally turns dovish if government data releases are paused. So anyway, the market historically welcomes government shutdowns, and that's what we've seen so far. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but government shutdown, Bitcoin spiked. We're at like 118 or something right now. Okay, that's one interesting data point tidbit. I don't know if you have any reaction to that.
No, I mean, but the thing that it instantly brings to mind is this other piece of information that someone in traditional finance told me about, which is stocks perform best when the economy is tepid to slightly negative, actually. When the real economy. Yeah. So when the real economy is doing really well, the money that would go into stocks and equities goes into the real economy. And so then stocks and equities, like those kind of markets do okay. But the best is when the real economy is not doing so great. So this kind of seems to be along that line.
Yeah.
But also, I guess people are trying to front run the obvious, like the Fed's reaction to this uncertainty. Because obviously the U.S. government being shut down, it introduces uncertainty. Markets don't like uncertainty.
Yeah.
The Fed would then try to kind of mollify that, you'd imagine. And so
the markets have sussed it out.
Markets would suss that out, and they would front run this. And so you could imagine that they would counterintuitively do well. Yeah.
All right. So 2 weeks ago, less than 2 weeks ago, there was the biggest liquidation event we've had since
April, right?
April.
Yeah.
One of the biggest in the history of crypto. A lot of people got scared. On the timeline, you started hearing everyone call the top, saying, "Oh, it's over, it's over." A lot of people were saying that. But I wanted to bring up this post from Luke Martin, who is saying that, no, we're in the Goldilocks zone. And, like, don't forget it. So some of the points that he brings up, okay? So Plasma launched, new chain launched, right? Hits $3 billion in TVL in under 48 hours, right? Everybody's up trillions. Right? The largest exchanges in the world are boosting like new DEX launches to billions overnight, like Aster. Airdrop values are beating expectations, not instant dumping. Obviously, we have the friendly regulatory regime accelerating ETF onboarding, all that stuff we've been talking about for over a year. What else we got here? Crypto alternatives are beating TradFi incumbents. So, for example, Hyperliquid volume versus Robinhood volume. Even Web3 social apps are surpassing top Web2 platforms in some cases. So, like Pump Streaming is getting a lot of attention versus, like the Web2 equivalents like Rumble or Kit. And then, of course, we have rate cuts and the fastest growing M2 money supply in the last 3 years. So he's saying we're in the Goldilocks zone right now. It's not the top, but I don't know. Any reaction to this, David?
I mean, anyone who watches Token Narratives will know how you and I feel about the markets, because we've been pretty consistent for, I think, the last year, which is, still bullish.
Yeah.
The market's not over, but we're in a good place. Now, earlier this year, I did say that I thought that maybe the end of this cycle would be Q4, 2025. But as the year has gone by, I have definitely been very consistent in like pushing that back out now into like well into 2026.
So you're still in the well into 2026 train. But my question to you, David, and to myself is, will we ever not be bullish?
Yes, dude. You know me.
All right.
I'm called a wet blanket for a reason. My internal bias, and you know me as a person, my internal bias is to be bearish. Okay. Is to be skeptical. Is to think that scams are gonna cause things to explode. So I have to honestly have to fight against that natural impulse to take profits, basically. So I definitely will be bearish at some point.
I think that might be the best reason for anyone to stick with Token Narratives. It's we vow to actually not be bullish all the time. That's your personal promise, David.
Absolutely, and I have to fight against it every day.
Okay,
but
for now you are bullish. So
for now I'm bullish, right. And honestly, that could change soon. But depending on the data dependent.
You're data dependent.
Me and Powell.
Yeah,
brothers.
Are you on the chair, or are you the chairman?
I'm in the running. Yeah. I was on the phone with my good friend Eric Trump the other night.
What are we talking?
Eric Trump the other night, and he was like, "David, got this opening coming up in May," and I was like, "Absolutely, sir." Yeah. But no, but seriously though, the only thing I would quibble with is this like Goldilocks thing that he's saying. I don't know. I don't know if he knows what that phrase means. I'm joking. But Goldilocks zone kind of means that it's like just right. Yeah. As in like it could be bad, it could be better. I don't know. But
the porridge is either too hot or it's too cold.
Yeah. So I think we're in a cycle, and so I think we're in the upswing of that. Okay. So I don't know if how that is applicable to Goldilocks. Just nitpicking here. Maybe the analogy just doesn't
fly with me, right? Like, but we're in the upswing.
The fact is that I mean, I think the strongest point in his points was that these new launches are exploding, right? It's like the people's airdrops, they're not selling them right. They're going up in value. You're getting like traction launches like that. You haven't seen that for a while.
Yeah, but still, I guess. Yeah. So if the analogy is it's too cold, as in it's bearish, or too hot, as in it's getting like speculative mania. I don't think that we've seen any kind of speculative mania whatsoever.
Okay, well,
anyway, that's just what I think. I think it's going to get crazy, right?
I think there has been some speculative mania, and I want to talk about this one. So let's talk about plasma. All right, I want to take a massive dump on plasma.
Okay, let me just say this on the outset. I miss plasma, and I resent all the congratulatory FOMO posting on my timeline. Trillions. Yeah. And so, like Graham is with ETH, I will be with plasma. As in...
Okay, so you're not going to disagree with my...
I'm not going to disagree. And basically it means I'm butthurt.
Okay, so let's just start off with the basics here. So what happened? Plasma, a new layer 1 blockchain designed around stablecoin payments and DeFi, launched its mainnet.
Such a new idea, by the way.
And
Revolutionary. L1 around payments, Graham?
And DeFi, David. They launched their mainnet and its native token XPL. This has been building up for a long time. I've heard whispers of plasma for I don't know how long.
Let me guess, all those people were in the early rounds.
Yes, the crypto royalty. Somehow I didn't get the invite, David. I don't know.
Well, I mean, we're in a live stream, so by next year, we're going to be...
My DMs are open.
We're going to be like NASCAR drivers. We have all the patches on your shirts.
So they launched the token XPL, I think on September 25th, like a week or so ago, with $2 billion in stablecoin liquidity pre-committed and support for over 100 DeFi partners. That's like on their marketing page or whatever. And
we all know how much that's worth.
A key feature of the platform is the zero-fee USDT transfers, i.e. no gas. So
wow, again, revolutionary.
You do need to use XPL. You need gas in order to do other things like interact with the smart contracts.
XPL is a gas for
other things. It's only the USDT transfers that are gas free for now, right?
Oh, so they can roll that back. Okay, continue.
All right, so I got some analysis here, courtesy of an amazing article written by this guy on X called Bursting Bagel. You know him?
Oh, of course, I know Bursting Bagel. He and I are very tight. I think he was at Goldman Sachs. No.
He may have been at Goldman Sachs. Analysis.
I don't know Bursting Bagel.
You don't know Bursting Bagel? There's a bagel and it's bursting with condiment. Like, okay, think about it.
Holy moly.
All right. Check out Bursting Bagel.
Reputable man.
Full credit to Bursting Bagel.
Love it.
For this analysis. All right. So I think at the heart of Bursting Bagel's analysis, which I agree with, of why plasma is not a buy here, is that, one of the main, so plasma is the Tether chain. All right, that's the big narrative. Plasma is the Tether chain, but it's not really the Tether chain. Okay, Tether, if anything, maybe like a stable is the Tether chain.
Well, okay, can I jump in here?
There is the Tether chain.
So, people who are watching the live stream, you just saw me maybe 40 minutes ago talk to the CEO of Tether, and I asked him just this question.
Yeah,
I said, Tempo from Stripe, Plasma, Stable, Google, and there's probably like a dozen more, are all launching. They're like having like crazy integrations with USDT. Tether is like the backer of a lot of these. Why no Tether chain? And Tether's like, no, we want to be an unbiased stable coin. And actually, if we had our own chain, it would limit our distribution. And so there never will be a Tether chain, because why would we limit our distribution?
Yeah, exactly. So
This is not the Tether chain.
It's not the Tether chain. All right. Exactly. So that may be the narrative, but it's not the reality. All right. Now that's just the beginning of this dump. So what else do we have here? Okay. Let's get into the valuation of it, which is pretty interesting. Okay. So right now, the fully diluted market cap of Plasma is like a $9.5 billion. Okay.
1 week old.
1 week old. This is, I think, about a quarter of the valuation of Tron, which obviously does a lot more transactions than Plasma, which just launched.
Right.
And so, okay, does that make sense? I don't know.
Yeah.
But digging into it a little bit deeper here. So, okay, let's compare to if you did 10 million transactions per day on Tron, which is roughly what Tron does. If Plasma were to get to 10 million transactions per day, and let's say they made one.
Right now they make nothing.
Right now they make nothing, right? But let's say they did make 1 cent per transaction, which is actually more than what they probably will ever make, because I think that's what Tron makes per transaction.
Right.
And they're trying to undercut Tron.
Right.
Then they would have annual revenue from their transfers of $36.5 million. Okay. Now,
that's not a lot.
On a $9 billion market cap, that would be something like a 250x price to earnings, whatever it is, for your TradFi pros. So
PE ratio.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Tron currently sits at about 57x. And then on top of that, Tron recently just cut its fees. So what you're seeing is a race to the bottom with these stablecoin chains. So it's not. It's like.
No, I know. I understand what you're saying, and I agree.
Yeah,
of course, because I said that from the outset. But also you have other things like. These companies are comfortable with Tron. They've integrated it well with their teams and everything. Tron, it's not just the blockchain technology, which is obviously important and whatnot, but Tron is doing like awesome things with like I mentioned this with Paolo, my buddy Paolo.
Yeah.
But like,
say what's up to him.
Maybe, I don't know. No sycophants. But no, I saw this awesome talk with Tron, Tether, and TRM. And TRM is a firm that's doing like specialized KYC stuff, right?
Yeah.
And man, the talk was very impressive to see how seriously Tron is making sure that their USDT transactions on the network are absolutely in line with governments and regulators and what's it called, like different police authorities.
Okay.
And it's very, very deep. I think I tweeted about it. There was an actual former Fed on the stage talking about this, like an FBI agent. So again, it's just this range of things.
Yes, and I mean not only that, but like Tron has distribution around the entire world, and so does Tether. Right? People have Tron wallets in villages in Africa and wherever, all around the world. Okay, how is Plasma going to get people to know about them? One thing that they've done is incentivize. They've got these incentives, okay, and these incentives are going to
a new blockchain with incentives.
And who are the incentives going to? Crypto natives, right? Crypto natives are not their target audience. Yeah, they're going to have people on like who are now like XPL bag holders tweeting about it, and it's a crypto Twitter and how awesome it is. But their actual target audience is like users of stablecoin transactions, like businesses around the world, and they've never heard of Plasma, and they will never hear of Plasma because the marketing budget that Plasma is using is just going to crypto influencers. So
And even if even if they like were to match that marketing budget and spend it to, I guess, like try to get in front of retail, it's like that final piece of getting in front of retail is so hard, and that's where things like Tron really do like have a first mover advantage, I think.
Yeah.
Right. Again, this is not to say that Plasma won't be successful in some capacity.
Yeah.
But right, we're talking about at these prices, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's so. Definitely not a buy. I wouldn't short it because narratives are everything, and all this blah 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 that we've been doing for the last 10 minutes about why Plasma is so bad. It's like that classic the mid curve thing, right? Tether chain on the moron side, and tether chain on the genius side, and all the noise in the middle.
But it's not Tether. Tether said, "We promise we're not going to make a change."
Okay, right, but I'm on it. All right, that's enough. Let's get Mathieu in here. We got a special guest.
Are we just bringing him?
We're bringing him.
You're not going to set him up?
No. Come on over here. Or David, you slide over.
All right, I'm going to slide over, sir.
We got a special guest here.
Enjoy the warm
Joe Mathieu, could you throw on your headphones, please, sir?
There we go. How?
We've got Joe Mathieu joining the pod here.
Yes,
Joe Mathieu, could you tell us about yourself? Quantus? Quantius.
Quantus. Or the Latin quantus, which means how much or how many.
Okay.
Are you hearing him well?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good.
I don't speak Latin, but thanks for the translation.
Yeah, no problem.
Zoom tight.
So my name is Joe Mathieu. I'm the co-founder at Quantus Network.
Yeah.
We're a quantum secure L1. And we're using post-quantum cryptography. For people who don't know, that's lattice cryptography. A lot of the major blockchains like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Sui are using elliptical curves. And so, yeah.
Joe, I want to just interrupt you for a second because a week ago we were in Korea.
Thank you.
We were about to leave the hotel to go grab some Mexican.
That's right. It was.
Dude, by the way, Korean Mexican. Amazing.
Korean Mexican.
I live in Japan. I live in Japan. Japan's terrible Mexican food. Never go to Japan to eat Mexican food. You heard it here first.
Yeah. Probably the best Mexican food though is in California.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so set this up because we need to enter this conversation.
The energy that Joe and his partner brought to our little. You guys started going on with this conspiracy.
It was a cold pitch, by the way.
Cold. It seemed like a cold. I don't know what, but
it was mildly warm. I asked for permission. I said, "Do you guys want to do one more?"
Yeah.
And you were like, "One more what?"
Yes, exactly. One more what? Yeah. Maybe that's the line.
And then I started hearing something about how Bitcoin is. We're all doomed because quantum computing is coming, and what's going to happen to Satoshi's coins, and how's the Bitcoin network going to evolve? So what are we facing here? What kind of doom are we facing?
Yeah, well, let me first say thank you guys so much for having me on. I really do appreciate it, and I really appreciated your energy because it might have felt like we were trashing Bitcoin, and only to find out later that you guys are Bitcoin.com and how genuinely curious you were and present to the bashing we were doing. I really respect that you guys are open to even having me on to have this discussion. So.
That's what we're all about.
Yeah. So thank you. Yeah. Let's have the.
That was sarcastic.
Well, let's have.
No, David, you and I are constantly dumping on Bitcoin.
Of course, we're constantly because Bitcoin.
You have to. That's what a Bitcoiner does.
Well, no.
A true Bitcoiner.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, so look. All right, look.
So hold on a second. How real is the threat, and how soon do you think it's going to be?
Well, this is what I think is really interesting. Is there's a lot of people out there who are like, we're 5 years out, we're 10 years out. Was it CZ said it recently or something? It's like anyone who's saying the date, I feel has no idea. Because I've been in tech for a long time. People say we're 10 years out, we're 20 years out. People have been saying that. It's been 20 years. I think we're a lot closer than people realize. I normally share a chart, which I'm happy to give you guys afterward. It's from thequantuminsider.com. It's a subscription service that we pay for to track all the quantum investments happening right now. 2020, for instance, there was just under $1 billion invested in quantum publicly that we can find, right? This year, 2025, as of September, as of today, 6.4 billion. When you look at that chart, it's a hockey stick. So if you're looking for a market signal, that's number one. Another interesting market signal that I like to bring up is one of those investments last month was led a company called Psi Quantum. Their headquarters was in Australia, and they just moved over to Palo Alto. And they had $1 billion late funding round. That happened about 3 weeks ago. And I know you guys know because I already asked you this, but who do you think led that round?
I said Peter Thiel.
Did I say BlackRock?
Okay, BlackRock led the round.
I did not say it. But
I remember that was
right.
the answer.
You remember, yeah. So BlackRock led the round. NVIDIA's in there and a few other big characters that are quite interesting. And so, okay, that's cool. BlackRock invests in a lot of things. There's another interesting point here, which is BlackRock's ETF is the only ETF right now that has publicly in the ETF document said, we have no guarantee against a quantum threat. So hello, investors. We do not assume any liability if quantum computer comes and eats your Bitcoin lunch, okay?
On the one hand, on the other hand, they're investing in quantum.
Right.
Interesting.
That's a good hedge, right? Okay, and I have one more piece to my conspiracy theory here, and I'll
hear it.
I appreciate you guys entertaining it. And the way this goes is there's another line item in the Bitcoin BlackRock ETF that says they get to choose which fork, right? So if there's a tension in Bitcoin and there's a hard fork, BlackRock gets to choose which one for their investors. Okay, so BlackRock gets to choose which way it goes if there's a fork. And I see a bad timeline where we start looking at all those early public keys that have been exposed that people have lost access to, right? There's a whole list of them. You can go on Grok and there's billions of dollars of tokens, today's Bitcoin value, that are exposed. So let's look at what's the most graceful solution Bitcoin can have to upgrade to post-quantum cryptography. I think everybody agrees, they know that that's important. Even if there's a 1% chance, we need to look at that, okay? How are they going to do it gracefully without losing the faith of the community? Because here's the little twister piece. Account abstraction. Okay, a lot of people's, they can make a new address type. They can use dilithium signatures. Actually, my co-founder wrote a whole piece there with Falcon signatures. It's open source. It's on GitHub. You guys could have it right now. Bitcoin, go for it. Use it. Falcon's not the best one. That was a year ago. You should use dilithium. But okay, if we fork and now we're using that, we have to migrate everybody. How do you gracefully migrate an entire decentralized network of holders? And then
we'll have to do it manually, right?
They have to do it manually. And then these public keys that have been exposed, there's no way. So now someone has to have the authority for the new fork that BlackRock gets to choose and say, we can't include this address. We can't include that. Oh, now we're not decentralized anymore, folks. I mean, like, it's
so BlackRock could potentially control Satoshi's keys.
They could exclude them from the new fork. I mean, that would. I'm trying.
But not even BlackRock. Let's just say the most gracious version of this would be some group gets to decide.
I'm using the BlackRock example because it's interesting.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Investments,
but even still, yes, some group is like, okay, we're going to take these addresses out.
And we're here. We're at Token2049. There is the most brilliant minds from all over the world. And I know the core team on Zcash. I know a lot of the guys in Solana. I know the Sui. I know Adani. I talk to all these guys. I say, what is the solution? How do we do it? No one has a graceful solution that says, oh, this is how you do it.
What do they say to you?
It's going to be messy. It's going to be ugly.
Really? This is what they say.
I mean, and I am open to hearing that I'm wrong because I'm also a Bitcoin holder. I mean, like I care about this. I care so much that we started a quantum secure blockchain and built it from the ground up because the best way to fix this problem is to bake it in from the bottom. And if you try to do it after the fact, it's going to be messy, folks. And yeah.
So what is because I don't know for the Bitcoin core devs, is there like a consensus on a path with quantum?
That's an interesting question, because Bitcoin, it inherited its governance program through GitHub. There's no boss, which is the beauty, right? I mean, like, I love Bitcoin. The reason we're all here today is because of Bitcoin, right? No one's ever hacked it. It's the most secure blockchain, right? It's been all these years. Nothing's ever been vulnerable, but we know mathematically that quantum can beat it. We know that. $6.4 billion. The markets wants it. It's the modern day arms race. This is a matter of national security. This is about governments. This isn't about the average people. Most of these companies are funded by governments. This is the modern day Manhattan Project. And whoever cracks this code, there is a big bounty. And it's probably not Bitcoin, to be completely honest. This is about espionage. This is about governance. This is my job. I'm in quantum security. The computer may already exist for all we know.
Right, exactly.
And it would be a massive terrorist attack if somebody went for one of these networks. It would cause mayhem in TradFi and in crypto.
Okay. So
sorry, I had a lot of coffee today.
No. You were very I would say you were very quiet at first. Thank you for amping it up. Okay. Obviously you're here and please tell me, God, that there is a solution.
Well, I mean, I'm
a non-super messy solution.
I mean, we're proof of work. We're on testnet. You could mine our token and join the group.
How does it work?
Does everyone have to migrate their Bitcoin to your chain?
How does this work?
Well, we are working on a bridge. We've talked to a lot of these bridges, and they're quite expensive, to be honest. And our dev team looked at what they do, and we decided we're going to build our own bridge and come up with a wrapped token option, which it's not a full solution. I don't have the full solution for Bitcoin, to be honest, guys.
So what is your solution? It's a new Bitcoin?
Well, honestly, this wasn't a project that my co-founder and I came up with and said, oh, this is what we want to do. Let's go raise money. No, we were in the room with the investor. I lived in Mountain View for many years. Turns out I know a lot of people in this industry, angels and such. And he turned to my co-founder, who's a brilliant guy, speaks 6 languages, plays multiple instruments. The guy's just a genius at every level, but he's an integrated autist, right? He's done some psychedelics. He knows how to handle himself. And our investor friend said, wow, Bitcoin's at risk. And I could give you the backstory if you want, but basically the investor said, build it. And he said, okay, I'll do a quantum secure fork for Bitcoin. That was the original business plan.
Okay.
He did it last year. It's open source. It's on GitHub. It's Falcon Signatures, which is not the one you should use today. Actually, we've explored it deeper. We've spoke to the guy who wrote the whole paper on it. And then Dilithium is the one that we landed on. But the investor basically commissioned us to do this project because he cares.
So what is this?
Does that mean that anyone who held Bitcoin at the time of the fork has their Bitcoin on that fork, and now that version of Bitcoin is resistant?
Yeah. I'm saying he wrote it. Okay, the full story is that he researched it, said, okay, because Bitcoin has account abstraction, that's a big advantage. They can have a new address type. We can use a new, obviously the signature sizes are larger, transactions are going to be slower. By the way, going to bring up another problem here. Oh, the blockchain size is going to have to go up, folks.
Oh, God.
Oh, let's...
We're going to get a lot of happy comments.
Good luck, folks. This
Tag
is math.
this guy, please.
Yeah. Oh, no, like a religion about block sizes. Okay, so...
At Joe Mazzio.
But okay, so basically after he did that, he said, okay, yeah, I figured it out. We can do a new address type. And the investor looked at him and said, listen, they're going to take you as hostile. No one's going to take this serious. Honestly, after thinking it over, you need to do your own L1. And so he calls me up. He says, bro, he's saying we got to do an L1. And I'm like, are you serious? Are we really going to do an L1? And, here we are 10 months later. We have 10 devs. We built it out. We're on testnet.
Does your L1 save Bitcoin? No.
We're open source.
It's an alternative.
It's an alternative. Let me tell you, we are very pro-crypto. I'm not anti-Bitcoin. Like I said, I'm a big holder. I don't want to see Bitcoin fail. Bitcoin fails, we're all in trouble. Every one of these projects in here is in trouble. So we do need a solution. And I wrote some code in college. I'm not a developer. We need brilliant minds on this who actually care. And the Bitcoin community's got to get their head out of their ass. I mean, it's like,
yes.
And that's the problem with this governance system is that there's so many opinions. And I think there's just a lot of bot shills, to be honest, who have their own interests. It's really hard to know. And this is the beauty of Bitcoin, and also the problem of Bitcoin is that how do you unify a community? It's hard enough to unify 5 people in an opinion. And that's kind of an interesting dichotomy in this whole thing, is that the private sector can sort of fix things that something so decentralized has a little more of a problem with.
Okay, so the thing you're launching, quantum proof.
Quantum secure.
Quantum secure.
That's right. We're in the quantum security business.
And it's is it like a smart contract platform, or is it basically just like a...
We built on Substrate. We're not a parachain, but we use their stack. And basically, we took out the signature schemes that they were using, and then we inserted the NIST-approved dilithium signatures. And we're also using ZK for scaling. So because the signatures are larger, we're finding a way to use ZK to improve the speed and the size. And you by proxy of that, you do get some privacy out of it.
What's the vision for what this L1 is?
This is a wealth preservation platform. So at the core, we're looking at post-quantum cryptography. Look, guys, in the future, it's not going to be called post-quantum cryptography. It's going to be called cryptography.
Right.
And that other stuff will just be in a museum.
So why would I use, who would be using your L1? Is it like a general purpose?
Yeah.
L1, or is it like you would provide security for other projects? Or?
So we are an L1. You can mine the token. We're really sticking to money. So like if, Ethereum, you can kind of create anything and everything you want. We do have the ability to be programmable like that, but we're really just sticking to wealth preservation features here we go, reversible transactions.
Love reversible transactions.
Oh, that's a big controversial issue here. We also have a high security account. I could break it down if you guys want. We also have survivorship accounts. So you can choose to say, this account is inactive for 1 year. Forward the tokens here to my son or to my trust or to my multi-sig, right? So we're just trying to bake in a lot of simple UX designs that like maybe a multi-sig would have, but right into the app.
And presumably, we've been talking about, we've been talking about Bitcoin, but presumably all of these things are also going to be issues with all the other major blockchains, right?
That's right, absolutely.
And are they taking it more seriously in talks you've had with their projects? Hey, what are you doing about quantum?
Yeah, I know. We've been so busy, and startup life is crazy. But we did a whole, analysis in the beginning. I know that Sui's looking at something. I know Solana has the winter knits. I think Solana is going to be one of the ones that's a little easier. I think Ethereum's talking about abstraction now, but it's going to be a problem there because so many things are built on top of the old cryptography. They're also going to have a hard fork.
Oh, really?
There's no graceful way for any of these chains, really. I think Solana, my understanding is that they may have one of the easier routes, but I don't have the exact technical reason why.
Okay. Just going back to whether, okay, so one of the things people always point to when you talk about how Bitcoin is going to be disrupted by quantum computing, people always say, well, what about the rest of finance? Isn't the whole world going to be forked?
The answer is yes. First of all, I'm sure you guys have heard of harvest now, decrypt later. So this is like, if you're a government,
No, I have not. Timestamp 237, harvest now.
Yeah.
Later.
So basically, if you're a government and you're running the backbone for your country, it's very easy to just back up petabytes of data, right? And of course, it's encrypted. You can't do anything with it right now. And in the future, when quantum scales and becomes cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, and it's not just these governments and billion-dollar companies running them, eventually we see a world where that may be true. Now you can decrypt all that data. Now, are they going to come after us for some, small stuff? Probably not. But governments, espionage, they'll come prosecute you or blackmail you later for something. So governments understand how important this is. And so that's why, China updated their satellite systems to PQC. Why'd they do that? iMessage is using PQC.
Post-quantum cryptography.
I'm sorry. Yes. Quantum security. Signal is using quantum security now. So people are taking this very serious. Governments, I mean, it's very rare you see governments move fast. I'll give you a little more context. NIST is the National Institute for Standards and Technology. It's an American agency. And they put out a 8-year bug bounty. And so this bug bounty was a call for data scientists from all over the world to create the new standards for post-quantum cryptography, right? And that's where we got dilithium from, Falcon, and these new standards. And they've set some timelines to say we want all systems, forgive me if I'm off here, but to be upgraded by 5 years. So any existing system has to be upgraded to quantum secure algorithms. And then any new system in the next 10 years has to be. And so so every chain, everybody's going to have to upgrade.
Good Lord. So this is, yeah, I mean, this.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I haven't gone deeply into, I'm not an expert on this, but one of the arguments I've heard people say it is that actually, even with quantum computers, it would still take hundreds of thousands or millions of years to break a Bitcoin seed phrase. Is that
a quantum computer?
Yeah.
I don't know the math on it, but I do know that when we reach, there's logical qubits. I don't want to quote it. I'm not sure, but it actually is not. We're not as far as people think for what needs to happen. Photonic quantum is they use light. This is the one that I think is the most promising. I'm really not an expert in this area, but when that scales, it's not as hard as it's not going to be very difficult.
And I guess the proof that people are worried about it is in the fact that all these agencies, as you say, they're making these new requirements. You have to be like a post quantum secure, and then you've got all these industries where
spending billions,
putting big dollars behind expense.
That's right. I mean, like I mentioned, a really cool website that we have a subscription to is called thequantuminsider.com. You can check them out. A lot of the info on there is free. We have their paid subscription, but actually you can pull up some of their charts there. And you just look at it, just follow the money. Like, look at where all these, and most of these people backing, most of the backing is coming from governments. So because no one wants to get left behind. And by the way, quantum, when we reach scale, is going to be one of the biggest breakthroughs of maybe the biggest breakthrough of our lifetime. And it's going to change the world.
It's not just going to destroy all cryptography.
That's right. Yeah, it's not. It's going to improve a lot of things with medicine, supply chains,
maybe even physics, like discovering new physics.
That's right. Yeah. So it's quite exciting, to be honest, and to me it's just a maturity thing. You know, this isn't like when we went from HTTP to HTTPS. You know, I don't know if you guys remember that, but it was like nobody argued about privacy on the internet, right? It was obvious. It was like, oh, we want commerce online, so we need security to be able to do that, right? And I think the average consumer has no idea, but you might get that little pop-up from your browser that this connection isn't secure, right? Go ahead.
What do you think people who hold Bitcoin or Bitcoin supporters should do?
Buy our token. Yeah, I mean, look, I haven't moved my tokens yet, but I'm following this extremely closely to be ready to. I don't think China's going to call us and say public announcement, hey, by the way, folks, we reached scale. No, they're going to want to pay for their $1 billion computer, and they're going to find a way to get their RO.
They're going to OTC some dormant 10-year plus Bitcoin.
Yeah, what would that do then?
It's
well, no, I mean, you already see it, right? Like, so you if you were malicious and intelligent, you would do that slowly. It's like, take dormant.
They haven't touched the Satoshi's coins yet.
Yeah. But there's lots of dormant.
So you're saying that people like the whale?
They could.
The whale who sold 10.
No. I'm not saying that
first, folks.
I'm not saying that has happened yet, but that would be the smart way to do it, right? Like,
you're right.
If you had it,
may already be happening.
Yeah, you would just take, oh, look at this. Some address has 80,000 Bitcoin. They haven't touched it in 11 years.
Yeah.
They probably threw it away in a landmine or are dead.
But would Bitcoin be their first target?
That's a good question. I mean, if you had a quantum computer, I mean, I think there's some government people right over your shoulder, and they're probably interested in something a little different than Bitcoin, to be honest. I mean, I don't think that's the first target. And like I said, if they did have it today, they'd probably want to keep it quiet, and just use it for espionage, and nobody knows, right? Secrets are invaluable to governments, right? So it's an interesting time we're in. It's exciting times. This is leading edge technology. And what I find the most exciting about it is that I have a place in this to add value to this community, which I think is really important. And the first thing I handed you guys was a Freedom license, which is a marketing little card that we have. And it's basically just a reminder that, hey, we're all free to do whatever we want with our lives. And I think the original ethos of Bitcoin was about freedom, sovereignty, decentralization. These things are super important. And I'm happy that, TradFi and Wall Street is involved now. It's cool. The number went up. But I don't want to forget where we came from and why this is important, so that we control our funds. And this technology allows the average person to have control over their assets. And that's at the core, the most important thing.
I think that's a great place to wrap it up.
Yeah.
So, Joe Mazzia, thanks so much for coming on.
You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Good energy from you guys. And I'm really grateful to be a part of this. Thank you for having me on.
Appreciate it. Up next, we've got Jeff Fang, the co-founder of Say. I'm going to be interviewing him. We'll be right back with that. Stay tuned.
When crypto leaders want reach and results, they choose Bitcoin.com. A global audience, massive reach across social, web, and mobile, engaged users who trust our brand, and campaigns that move at the speed of crypto. From press to podcasts, X to SEO, display ads to rewards integrations in the app, Bitcoin.com delivers exposure across every channel that matters. Our clients include the world's leading exchanges, wallets, and gaming platforms. When they need impact, they trust Bitcoin.com. Get your brand where it belongs, in front of millions. Partner with Bitcoin.com Media today.
Stable, but exposed. If your dollar token can be tracked, frozen, or flagged, it's not freedom. Freedom Dollar is the first uncensorable stablecoin, private by design, built on Zano. Unlike Tether or USDC, Freedom Dollar hides your balance, your activity, and your identity. No tracking, no freezing, no middlemen. Hold, send, and swap Freedom Dollar privately, right inside the Bitcoin.com wallet. And now you can even spend it worldwide. Privacy isn't a luxury, it's a right. Freedom Dollar is your escape from surveillance finance.
Until now, fiat balances only lived on centralized exchanges and fintech apps. Not anymore. Bitcoin.com Balance brings fiat balances to the decentralized world. That means you can buy and sell with ease, but you always keep complete control of your crypto. Once you've funded your Bitcoin.com balance, you can buy Bitcoin and 50 plus cryptos in seconds. No more failed transactions, lower fees, and you can sell back into your Bitcoin.com balance anytime. Need Bitcoin fast? Just tap, confirm, and boom, crypto in your wallet. No waiting, no friction. Bitcoin.com balance. The power and security of decentralization, the ease of a centralized exchange.
Yes, I'm here. They took everything from me. My money, my passport, my phone.
Don't worry, it's going to be fine. Did you remember the 12 words?
Yes, I know the words.
Opera, fabric, terra, trash, if, void, country, engine, complex, new, fate, purpose.
In this video, we'll show you how to earn Bitcoin, currently at over 30% APY, by staking Verse tokens in the Bitcoin.com wallet app using the low-fee Polygon network. You can also stake Verse on Ethereum, but for this walkthrough, we'll focus on Polygon. To get started, you'll need some Verse tokens. This is what you'll be staking to earn Bitcoin. You can earn Verse for free in the Rewards Center or buy or swap into it directly in the app. You'll also need a small amount of Matic, also sometimes called POL, which is the gas token on the Polygon network. You'll be using Matic to cover transaction fees, which are less than 1 cent in most cases. Now that we have everything we need, it's time to stake Verse to start earning Bitcoin. From the home screen, go to Web3 Explorer, then select Earn Bitcoin on Polygon. Next, you'll need to connect your wallet. Make sure to connect your Polygon wallet that has Verse and Matic in it. Then hit the Stake Verse button, enter the amount to stake, and confirm the transactions. The first transaction approves use of Verse. The second deposits your Verse into the staking smart contract. And that's it! You're now earning Bitcoin in the form of TBTC, a decentralized, one-to-one Bitcoin-backed token. You can claim your Bitcoin rewards at any time by tapping Claim Rewards. Just like when you staked your Verse, you'll again need a little Matic to cover the fee. Your rewards come in TBTC, a decentralized version of Bitcoin that's usable in Web3 apps and faster to transact than mainnet Bitcoin. It's always backed one-to-one with real Bitcoin on the Bitcoin blockchain, and you can swap it to mainnet Bitcoin anytime. You can unstake your Verse anytime, instantly, and without penalties. When you do, you'll get your Verse back, plus any unclaimed rewards. And that's it. Stake your Verse tokens in the Bitcoin.com wallet app to start earning Bitcoin today, fast, simple, and self-custodial. Try it now. In this video, we'll show you how to earn Bitcoin, currently at over 30% APY, by staking Verse tokens in the Bitcoin.com wallet app using the low-fee Polygon network. You can also stake Verse on Ethereum, but for this walkthrough, we'll focus on Polygon. To get started, you'll need some Verse tokens. This is what you'll be staking to earn Bitcoin. You can earn Verse for free in the Rewards Center or buy or swap into it directly in the app. You'll also need a small amount of Matic, also sometimes called POL, which is the gas token on the Polygon network. You'll be using Matic to cover transaction fees, which are less than 1 cent in most cases. Now that we have everything we need, it's time to stake Verse to start earning Bitcoin. From the home screen, go to Web3 Explorer, then select Earn Bitcoin on Polygon.
All right, and we're back. We're here with co-founder of Say Labs, Jeff Bang. Welcome, sir. How you doing?
Appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah, thanks for being here. So, Jeff, let's get started off. So, how did you get into crypto? What's your journey?
Yeah, for me, the story is pretty straightforward. I'm born and raised in the Bay Area, so spent my entire life in San Francisco. And my first foray into crypto, ironically, was purely for the monetary piece. I was in college, figured out that you don't really have to pay for electricity in the dorms. So mining at that point was almost like it's free money. You couldn't mine Bitcoin. At Bitcoin, sort of a hash rate and actual compute capacity is too high. So Litecoin was a sort of easy way you could still do it on your computer.
So you were mining using the university's dorm room electricity. Smart.
And I'd say I got full time into crypto more so around 2020. So my co-founder, he spent several years at Robinhood, led a big part of the crypto engineering team there. I was at Goldman doing pretty classic investment banking, then at a large hedge fund. We worked on a couple companies in the past, but we really sort of jumped in head first. Started working on a couple of different projects, but the one that we were most convicted on was pretty simple. It's just taking Robinhood and making it decentralized, a decentralized exchange. We had a lot of sort of issues with the transparency of Robinhood. A lot of that stuff came out to light through the whole GameStop saga. And when we were going down the rabbit hole of building a decentralized exchange, it became pretty clear you can't build a scalable exchange on any of the L1s that existed at the time, right? This was the era of Ethereum and Avalanche, early Solana. So that's what led us down that pathway and what eventually became Say.
Okay, so say the decentralized Robinhood. Is that a fair way to describe the vision, at least behind it?
Oh, no, yeah. We were initially building a decentralized Robinhood, but the infrastructure didn't exist. So the more important problem at the time, and we still think that the most important problem in crypto today, is building the best possible infrastructure for exchanging digital assets.
Okay.
So that's sort of the vision behind Say. The easy way to think about it for anyone listening, it's combining the best of Ethereum, which is the development language. So one way to think about it is if you look at the things in the world with the deepest network effect, it's people typically think of Facebook, Google, Amazon, right? All the buyers and sellers are in one place. There's a couple of things that actually have a deeper network effect than even Facebook and Amazon. It's currencies, the US dollar. The more people adopt the US dollar, the harder it is to replace that. And the one that's even higher is English, like the languages. The more people learn English, the harder it is for you to properly replace that. So I'd say that is the same way you can think about development languages. Is Solidity the best language for developing crypto applications? No. You can actually very easily argue against that. The problem is everyone knows it already.
Okay, so Solidity has the network effect.
That's right. Yeah. So the best part about Ethereum is the development framework, and combine that with the best of Solana, which is updated hardware. It's like using the newest chips, just like on your MacBook.
Okay.
If you're able to combine both of those, that gives you the best architecture to build, address what we think is the most important problem in crypto, solving for exchanging digital assets, fast, cheap, provide the best infrastructure for that.
Okay, so let's go into some of the Say's wins. You're before we started, you were talking about the Wyoming something or other. Can you go into that?
Yeah, that's right. So I'd say a lot of if I had to summarize some of the latest and greatest that's happening in the Say ecosystem, just to give folks an idea of scale today. They're regularly on a monthly basis, there's well over 10 billion in volumes. TVL, well over 500 million of assets. The ecosystem spans hundreds and hundreds of strong projects and companies globally. A lot of the biggest sort of user bases on Say tend to be based out of the US, Eastern Europe, China, Korea. Those are some of the bigger user bases, and also a big part of Southeast Asia and Africa as well. And some of the biggest and latest wins tend to span between a lot of pure user and retail facing applications, so gaming and social. Say is actually a league above every other chain when it comes to gaming applications and users. So this is more than Ethereum, more than BNB, which I think a lot of people really don't know about. We don't spend anywhere near enough time sort of educating people about that sort of big user use case. Second, on the social piece, the biggest social app in crypto is on Say. But not that many people know it because most of the users are college students. It's has a lot less overlap with, let's say, a lot of the crypto natives, the people that spend all their time on it.
What is that app?
It's called Overheard. So it was built by a lot of the early Yik Yak team. For a lot of folks that are familiar with that app, it had a huge explosion in the US back in sort of the early 2010. And then, the other side of the barbell is institutions. So we have a lot of just normal kind of major consumer use cases. And then on the complete opposite side, I'd say has dominated a big part of the institutional conversation. So the foundation recently announced a large deal with Apollo, one of the largest PE firms in the United States. And another one that's pretty unique is the state of Wyoming, for context.
Before you go into that, could you expand a little more on that deal with Apollo? Like, what can you say about that?
Yeah, it's taking a big part of the Apollo's ACREX fund and putting it on chain. The sort of exact problem that the foundation is trying to work with Apollo on is right now today, a lot of the big, most exciting investment opportunities are not accessible by most people. It is primarily accessible by large family offices, other companies, people and organizations that have already eclipsed a certain level of wealth. It's completely unfair, right? It is the clearest example of the wealthier getting wealthier versus anyone that really has the talent and the time and the ability to research, to investment properly, don't even have access to the ones that they are really convicted by. So let's say that is the sort of collaboration there that's envisioned. That's one of the big reasons why Apollo and some of the biggest PE firms that have benefited from investments from a lot of family offices and wealthy pools of capital, they want to increase that access to just people.
What would that look like?
Yeah, so I mean, it's something that's launched very soon. So an example of how that would look like end state is any user of Say globally, right? All of the user bases that I just talked about, where we have large contingency in Africa, large contingency in Southeast Asia, China, several other countries, will ideally be able to access high quality US-based investment funds and investment opportunities through examples like Apollo. Very interesting.
All right. Now, what was the Wyoming thing?
Yeah. So obviously, I think a lot of our listeners know that the big sort of news this year in the United States is the change in administration. Trump and his administration have been significantly friendlier and a lot more open to a lot of the innovations that have happened in crypto. So the sort of knock-on effects there is, of all of the states in the U.S., Wyoming has really stood apart as a state that is by far the most forward-thinking, by far the most proactive when it comes to adopting crypto in general. And one of the ways that they're really pushing the ball there is creating their own sort of stablecoin. They created their own sort of evaluation process when it came to all the different L1s. That's obviously a big question. That was a question that we had to look at when myself and my co-founder were even trying to build out the first sort of decentralized Robinhood. When we were evaluating all the L1s, it became clear that none of them are the right fit. That's why we went ahead and built sort of what we felt was the best L1 for trading digital assets. Wyoming did the exact same process. And that's, the result of that process was Say as a L1 and as a chain ranked second, top 3 within that sort of evaluation process. And this included obviously Ethereum, Solana, and all of the sort of major sort of pieces of infrastructure that we're familiar with today. As more states start to adopt crypto and start to open up to crypto over the next 3 years of administration at least, a lot of them I anticipate will really look at Wyoming's initial sort of framework of evaluation. So a lot of the companies we talk to, a lot of the enterprises that the foundation works with, their big question is how can we evaluate, what's the difference between Say versus Solana? How do we know which ones really stand out when it comes to merit. And everyone has their own evaluation process. The problem is a lot of the times it's biased. Of course, I'm going to say that, hey, it says, the right piece of infrastructure. Everyone has their own sort of incentives. Maybe they've invested in a certain asset. Wyoming almost legally has to be neutral when it comes to it, right? They have to look at it from a fresh view. So we anticipate that a lot of states and companies are already adopting and using that framework as inspiration, which I think is really going to be exciting for a lot of the future deals and adoption on say.
Okay, so say getting the stamp of approval from Wyoming, one of the most forward-looking states when it comes to Bitcoin and crypto.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
All right, so let's talk about competition, right? So there's a lot of layer one blockchains. How do you think about Say's position within them? I mean, you've talked about how it's really just better tech, but and then on the other hand, we've also talked about network effects. Okay, so how does Say overcome the network effects that have already been established by the chains that have already been around for longer and have bigger user base?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I'll touch on each of the sort of two parts. The first, how the right way to think about competition in our category, and then the second, how does a new blockchain or a relatively newer one compete with that existing big network effect that Ethereum and Solana have? So the first part of the question on how do we think about the competitors? I think one of the big distractions for a lot of crypto projects is they view too many projects as competitors. It's so easy to sort of mess up that definition, especially when each sort of crypto asset is going up and down. There's volatility in the space. We define a competitor as as simple as possible. A great founder or a great team that's considering between different chains. What are the chains that they build on instead of Say? That they decide on building on instead of Say. And usually there's the same three names that we come across every single time. It's Ethereum, Solana, and Sui. Those are usually the three chains that I'd say a lot of the founders that we talk to end up choosing instead or choose Say instead. So it's a sign of a back and forth of winning strong builders and a strong entrepreneurial ecosystem. So those are at least the names that we end up seeing the most. When it comes to how does it impact where Say as an ecosystem should really focus on? We want to keep the approach as simple as possible. Crypto, it's very easy to overcomplicate things. There's so many different crypto assets. They all try to market and brand themselves differently. We try to keep things as basic. The only thing that matters is user experience. And users care about two things, fast and cheap, that's it.
Okay.
There's so many other things, but I'd say those are the ones that really move the needle the most.
Okay. We talk about, Say, the token for a minute. So how does it accrue value?
Yeah. The easiest way to think about the Say asset, it is identical in terms of use case, in terms of governance as Ethereum. So, Ethereum is primarily used as a gas token. So you have to hold Ethereum in order to do transactions on the Ethereum network. You pay transaction fees denominated in Ethereum. You can't pay in stablecoins. You can't pay in any other asset. You have to pay with Ethereum. It's the exact same for transactions and using applications on Say. If you hold Ethereum and delegate Ethereum to each of the different global validators, you can vote on certain proposals, right? Like that's how Ethereum as a network improves over time. It's an open source network, but it's governed by the token holders, and the same exact thing applies for Say. In terms of how value accrues, it's the exact model behind Ethereum and Solana as well. So a lot of the transactions that happen on chain, the transaction fees go straight to the users that delegate and stake their tokens. So I'd say that is long term going to be the primary sort of source of you could think of it as fees.
Okay, got it. So another debate that's emerged over the last several years is this. On the one hand, you have apps, okay, where all the users are flocking to, right? And anytime you see an app in crypto that gets a lot of attention, gets a lot of users, what happens? They end up creating their own chain. And so how do you think about that? How do you keep apps that have gotten traction on Say? How do you keep them from just being like, oh, we don't need Say anymore?
Yeah. The app chain versus sort of broader layer one debate has been ongoing, since the dawn of sort of crypto applications.
Not just the last year or two.
Yeah. So, Cosmos was an example of one that like really attempted this thesis. It didn't really work at scale. I'd say the best case study for people to look at when they're thinking about that sort of, single app application chain versus a general purpose ecosystem of applications is, what are the largest and most successful projects in the history of crypto today? I mean, it's like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, BNB. Some of the largest.
Yeah.
Turns out that BNB, Solana, and Ethereum are all general purpose layer ones. Because once you have that ecosystem of applications, they really reinforce each other and you build the deepest network effect. You don't get as deep of a network effect if it's just one application versus, 10 of those applications all on the exact same chain, sharing state, sharing users, sharing assets, and then flow between the two. It's almost like an economy, right? Like the United States, China tend to be the largest economies because so many large countries or large companies are all based out of the United States. They have an easy way of distributing value through the same currency, the same sort of set of regulations and laws. When you split something off, like, we could use Singapore as an example. Singapore has less of those companies. It has its own currency. It has, there's additional complexity when you try to move between those countries, right, in the form of capital controls and laws, just like there's complexity when you try to move from Solana to Ethereum. It's just harder for a single sort of application or company's state or a chain to scale to the same size as one where that whole ecosystem works together.
Okay, so would you say that there may be some exceptions where an app gets big enough and it can justify making its own chain, but the majority will just need to live on one of these networks?
That's right. Yeah, and so, there's very few sort of absolutes when it comes to business in the crypto world. But you just have to look at the case studies. You see that play out in countries, and we've already seen this play out with the largest project being Solana and Ethereum and BNB. That's exactly the sort of model that Say takes. If you look at the early sort of investor base of Say, it was Multicoin, Jump, but some of the largest holders of Solana. So I'd say the Say team has certainly benefited from looking at pros and cons, the learnings of how Solana is scaled as an O1.
Okay. Just one or two more questions here before we wrap up. Could you go into governance on Say? How does that work?
Yeah, governance on Say operates very similarly to Solana and Ethereum. So any contributor in the Say ecosystem can propose a proposal. They want to change something about the network, something about how the network operates. And then there is a voting period and an evaluation period. So other token holders, people that have the governance power, they're able to evaluate the proposal, debate the pros and cons in an open forum, and decide through a voting process, whether or not this proposal passes. Once it passes, there's a period of time to actually get implemented, and that's how the network sort of improves and adapts over time.
Have you seen any interesting proposals and debates recently in Say community?
Yeah, I mean, one of the more sort of interesting bets was, that led to quite a bit of debate back and forth was the foundation potentially looking into acquiring 23andMe, the company. So, for context, 23andMe is a company in the United States that primarily tests people's DNA. So you submit your DNA, like some sort of DNA sample. They'll give you an idea of, hey, here's your background, here's your family background, here are some potential diseases that you could be susceptible to purely based off your DNA information. So very unique sort of product, very, very unique database. There's no company on earth that has that unique kind of DNA database. Also very, very sensitive.
Yeah.
And the business went on sale effectively earlier this year. And you can imagine the types of companies that would want to bid for that. It's very, some of them tend to be very profit driven, right? They're like biotech companies that can use it to develop a certain type of drug that they can mark up and sell. There are large companies like, there could be large technology companies that would want to use it to develop products to further entrench themselves in a lot of the privacy that people really hold dear. So I'd say, that was a big sort of mission-driven attempt from the foundation side to potentially acquire an asset like that, really make it open, put that data and that power back into the user's hands. All in all, didn't end up panning out. There was like an aggressive bidding process, but I'd say that is exactly the type of proposal where it's like a crazy bet, really out of the box. And that's exactly where we get the interesting debates where people on both sides can learn the pros and cons of perhaps a decision.
Yeah, interesting. All right, so to wrap it up, let's look forward. If everything pans out as you would envision, where will SAFE be in the future? You could pick your timeline: 18 months, 2-3 years, 10 years.
So, yeah, the original thesis of SAFE, we try to keep it pretty simple. We think that there is only one core value prop of crypto, and it's trading and exchanging digital assets. It could be stablecoins, it could be NFTs, it could be tokens, some kind of digital asset. And that's it. There's a lot of the other stuff that people get excited and talk about tend to be more fluffy, more marketing. The core use case is always going to be financial transactions. The vision of things fully work out, like the execution is done in a perfect way, the network effect really starts building, is SAFE becomes that default place where people build financial applications and any type of application that require financial transactions. That includes gaming, social, things that people don't typically think about. That gets SAFE as an ecosystem and as an L1, multiples the size of even Solana. Solana today is that sort of default place that people go to speculate, to trade assets. It used to be Ethereum. Now Solana is really built and eaten up that sort of traction. And the only thing that's proved is, it's not over for L1. Solana was in the exact same position as, say, several years ago. A lot of people were naysayers. Ethereum had that big network effect. And it goes back to the question you asked earlier: how do we sort of defeat that network effect? What happens when a lot of L1s get to that network effect is the team, it's less important. They stop working as hard. It becomes easier for them because the projects and the teams, the founders and the users just come naturally. That's exactly the sort of weakness where new upstart entrepreneurs and startups can really usurp that. So I'd say that's kind of the big opportunity that we're seeing on Solana. There's a lot of strong founders that don't necessarily have that sort of special relationship with other contributors around the L1 and around Solana, and that's where we can take advantage and ideally get to that same exact place.
Yeah, don't bet against hungry founders. All right.
Well said.
Okay, Jeff Fang, thank you so much for your time. Up next, we're going to have a tour of the conference with David Sensel, and after that, we're going to have Charles Hoskinson of Cardano, an interview with him. So we'll be right back. See you soon.
That's it. Welcome to Token2049 Singapore. Giant conference. Let's get started. Oh God. So like Dubai, we have zip lines. Different sponsor for the zip line though this year, or this conference. Next scene making a big splash. Look at that. Go this way. How do you pronounce that?
Yeah, big bag.
Last year, this whole floor was not for Token2049. This year, they get the whole floor. Japan Hub. I don't really remember them having such a large presence last year. I think they were on the 3rd or 4th floor. Here they are on the 1st floor, and they have a giant space. So Japan obviously trying to make waves, move more into crypto in Asia. My stonks? Really?
Powered by Nexus. We have over 500 applications and we deliver any now pending finally. And then we did an 8-minute break, and then 2-minute Q&A about 3 judges, and we will then choose our top 5 finalists who will come back and do another pitch presentation tomorrow to win the ultimate prize. So that will happen from 4 p.m. onwards, but moving on.
Let's go up, see what's going on.
Our next
Haven't gotten any exercise today. Why don't you take the stairs? I'm going to walk. These stairs brought to you by American Bitcoin. We had the pleasure of interviewing a gentleman from them at KBW. Really, really cool company. Enjoyed that. I don't know how I feel about them sponsoring these stairs, especially as I climb up. Well, like I said, last year, the conference really started from this 2nd floor, and the 1st floor was just registration, and that whole area that we just walked through wasn't around. American Bitcoin, come on! Oh! Yeah. Meme coiner. I'm not going to walk it, but this whole entire thing is filled with conference rooms for side events, probably for meetings, maybe hackathons, I don't know. But it's really long, and each side has very large rooms. You'll kind of see the same layout when we go upstairs, and you'll see what I'm talking about in terms of the size. Hello.
Thank you.
No American Bitcoin stairs this time. Sweet, sweet escalators. So, this is going to be the main floor for everybody. You ready, cameraman? Yeah, it's quite large, lit like a club, DJ music going on all the time, lots of neon lights. If I was quite a bit younger, I think I would be enthused, but I'm an old man filled with regret. So it's a little disconcerting. DJ booth, there we go. There's our DJ. CME. Now, this was not here last year, right? Talk about institutions coming. Good Lord.
Yes, thank you.
All right, we're gonna head over to the big rooms. This thing goes all the way down. There's booths to the middle of this hallway, and then on the side rooms, they have all these booths. A fun game you can play is, as we're walking around, see how many booths are big, very large, and but from companies that you don't recognize the name for, right? See how many times you see that. Petland? Unfamiliar. D-card? I don't know. Ingots? Unlimited?
Я проведу презентацию.
Oh my God, ice cream. Excuse me. Can I get salted caramel?
Chocolate.
This is caramel or no? No, this one then. Okay, yeah. Mmm. Oh, this is for show. Look at that. It's in Japanese style. Thank you. What do you think, cameraman? Sorry, buddy. Salted caramel. Salty.
You can publish your
topic is complex enough.
Some. Bam, look at that. There we go. It's the old logo though.
regulated.
Look at this booth. Anyone heard of this place? I think that's the second room we've been in along this main thing. This is the third now. Cameraman, how much Bitcoin to get a tattoo there? What do you think? How much do I have to pay you? He said 0.01 Bitcoin. Done. Let's do it. So as you can see, like each of these rooms has a nice mix of these giant, some might call them flamboyant booths, and then you have like smaller booths. The alpha is probably in the smaller ones, to be honest. Fourth room. Wow, hardware wallet.
Basically participating in the venues, it's easier to get through risk and compliance committees to deploy on this, given the just favorable backdrop generally, and the fact that it's less likely for you to get prosecuted down the line for participating in this.
Nice. Seen a lot of wallets, actually, kind of more hardware wallets too than I would think. In addition to like just the incredible number of crypto exchanges. All right, so we're getting to the end of this long hallway. Let's go out across and see the beautiful view, which is always lovely. Unlike Korea, where they spread out the food to every little area, so every little kind of gathering of booths had a little food kind of table or whatnot. This conference does it right, in my opinion. They put all the food in one area. It's quite spacious. There's a lot of it. There's no bottlenecks and people like surrounded, walking around the booths with like food in their hands. And here it is, you can see. We're just gonna walk through it. Also, I mean, just the venue is amazing. So this extends all the way down. And of course, you just get this ridiculous view. Pull-ups. Token loves their side quests, as they call them. Ice bath over there, pull-ups over there, along this kind of boardwalk.
You have like perfect form.
You're ready. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it.
You want to give me one of those?
I think
They were giving away, or they had coconuts too. I haven't had the opportunity to have any of the food yet, but was it good, cameraman? You can shake your head yes or no. There's a thumbs up from him. It was good. Although he did tell me he had to wait 30 minutes. Wait in line 30 minutes for some food, which he then inhaled in 5 minutes. It's a little rude if you don't ask me. It would be bad for digestion, but yeah, I get it. I mean, but come on, look at this. This is amazing. And you can imagine today's a cloudy day, but as the sun sets, these lights become more prominent. I'm interested to see what they do. Last year they put out a lot of alcohol. It was quite the scene, and you can see just like the scale of this is very different than any other conference that I've been to in the past 15 months. It's just it's ridiculous, and quite frankly, none of the venues that I've been to in the past year and change have the ability to accommodate this scale. They're just not nearly big enough. All right, we're almost done with the 4th floor. Is it 4th floor? We're gonna head up to the last floor. Here we go. One more escalator. Hey, it's good to see you. Doing a little filming right now. Yeah, she was awesome. Interviewed her in Hong Kong. Great interview. Lovely person too. So yeah, everybody that's in crypto is coming to this conference, which is pretty wild. And the view can't be beat. Cameraman, are you from Singapore? Very lovely. All right. Look how large this booth is. It's crazy. Excuse me. DJ? Man, I guess this is where all the people are. They've migrated to the top floor. Goodness gracious. I mean, come on, look at that spectacle. Chili's. Amazing. Google Cloud across from AWS. Ooh, are they gonna fight? They aren't paying this guy enough. I guarantee you that much. Now what is this? That I don't know, but Frax, I definitely do. Good to see them around.
So we had 100 repos under our management today.
Cardano.
As I said, the core Cardano node, which involves all the upgrades.
We're gonna be interviewing Charles Hoskinson tomorrow.
I think it's actually we started creating a technology and he did it a very different architecture. So for this reason, actually, once we gained significant traction with the plant, we realized that centralized systems will get to a lot of
Gemini, look at the color that they're rocking now. It's that orange. Definitely color rebrand. Main stage.
We need getting into it in the first place. But the more people that you can start to introduce ease and simplicity to, the more you can try and make it like it is your everyday banking app. Like you can just go out and, Google Pay, whatever it is. You can just
big room.
Whatever you
Crowded.
I do go for
I've never heard about it. Downstairs, no.
We're still going. Can you believe it?
The basic goal was to be transparent, online, so without us in company in the US, public reporting for 3 years, only financial first days. And we spent over $1,000 new.
I've had the privilege of interviewing Sierra Sun and Gracie Chen. Very, very nice, good interviews. Check them out. Gold dollar. Doesn't that sound like a contradiction in terms?
25,000 people.
Sorry. This is the last area of our little tour. As you can see, we have a big grouping of smaller booths all together. Just this room feels more like a normal crypto conference when you have booths next to each other, crammed in like sardines. Here we are, a little tight. And what do we have here? Bitcoin.com news desk. We're doing our live stream. Graham hard at work. Looks like it just finished. All right, guys, that's our walkthrough. How long did that take, Cameron? Was that about 30 minutes? About 30 minutes walking, and we weren't strolling. We were fairly brisk. Again, the size and scale of this event is not comparable to anything else throughout the year. Token2049 Singapore. Here we are.
Cool. What? Okay, and we are back live at Token2049 in Singapore at the Bitcoin.com news desk powered by Threshold Network. I am here with Charles Hoskinson, the founder and CEO of IOHK, Input Output, this company from which oversees the development of Cardano.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So straight off the bat, I have to comment, just like I did off screen, I love the attire. I saw you at WebEx walking by, and you also had an amazing shirt. So, sir, I really appreciate the liveliness you bring just from your wardrobe.
Oh, you just got to have fun with it. I've been in the space for almost 15 years now, and it used to be so serious. Everyone had to wear suits and things. Oh, take us seriously. But now, crypto's on the other side. The president issued a meme coin. We're good to go, man. So we can just be a little bit more relaxed these days.
You know what? Honestly, I would take issue with that. I think that a lot of what I see now, because I'm not as OG as you, but I see a lot of suit coiners now.
Oh, well, those are the institutional guys. They're coming in. They're just trying to hide the fact that they got no dick.
Nice. All right, so let's start with the light question because, well, to be frank, I see you on X a lot, and I just want to know, like, what is a day in the life of Charles Hoskinson? And let me set this up for you. You wake up, you open your eyes, maybe you call over your falcon, and then what happens in your day?
Well, actually, I was just doing that. I was in Mongolia with the Cossack nomads in the Altai Mountains, and we had eagles as we were riding through. I mean, what's fun about my life is that I run a venture studio, and so we get to do a lot more than just crypto. I do synthetic biology, we do biotechnology. I got a healthcare clinic with 15,000 patients and 40 providers. Do ag tech, and so I got a lot of bison, 800 bison run around and haven't killed me yet. So it's fun because it keeps me young, and also what's cool is you're always a beginner. Like crypto, I've kind of mastered the space, so I kind of know the rules. I know all the actors. I can call people, and whether it be Roger or CZ or something, and say, hey, let's do this or do that. And so you get stale when you're in that kind of environment because you kind of feel like you're the guy at the top and you coast. When you go to a new space, you're the new guy. Like I went to a concrete convention not too long ago.
Oh, that's awesome.
Called World of Concrete. And I was sitting there with a bunch of blue collar guys, and we're learning like concrete mixes. And my favorite class I took there was about fibers in concrete, microfibers and macrofibers. And we were talking about hemp fibers and cracking and these things. And these guys next to me are like, what do you do? I said, I got a small contracting company. We do a little bit of flat work and a little bit of dirt work. Oh, that's cool, man. You guys hiring? I was like, you never know. It's in Gillette, though. It gets real cold. But you get to be a young guy and get to be a new guy again. And it really keeps your perspective open, and it helps you kind of be more holistic as a person.
Nice. So I love that interview that Jeff Bezos did where he says, like, I kind of wake up and I putter around, have a cup of coffee before I do anything serious.
Right.
How would you contrast that with yourself? Like, are you like getting up and then instantly going and doing stuff, or are you that kind of guy, or do you start slower?
Well, it depends on whether I'm traveling or if I'm one place. If I'm in one place, I start eating right, losing weight, meditating every day, doing the cold plunges, and
really?
Yeah. I got a beautiful cold plunge.
Cold plunge is what's it called? Right-wing coded.
Yes. It's the red pill, goddammit. But if I'm traveling, then everything just goes to hell. And I've been on the road almost 240 days this year. It's been crazy. After this, I've just in Asia. I was in Mongolia, Korea, Vietnam, and Singapore. Going to Japan next, and then after that, I'm going to Italy, Greece, and London. And then after that, I'm going to Abu Dhabi, and just endless travel for these things. And the challenge there is you can't eat right, you can't really work out as well as you should. Your wardrobe options are quite limited, and you end up developing kind of a nomadic mindset. And when you're in one place, you can actually start optimizing, you can start building a proper lifestyle. So I envy that. I envy the time when I was in one place and I got to do one thing. And I wish I could return to that. Because it's a beautiful ranch up in Wyoming. It's 11,000 acres.
Nice.
And I never get to go to it. Well, I just went the other day before I went on the Asian tour, but the time before that, it was 2.5 months before I was at the ranch. So, I miss that because it's fun to just wake up and work on fences, and drive around in an ATV and wave to your neighbors and shit like that, and feed the bison.
Yeah, nice. Do you have any alpha for surviving such a grueling thing? Because I don't travel nearly as much as you, but even for me, the brief amounts that I do, I struggle with.
Well, the hardest part was the first wave because I didn't have any money. And so I'm flying coach everywhere. I'm going by myself. You're always trying to find a taxi. You're staying in shithole hotels. Now I got the jet. I got the security detail. I got all these things. They remove enormous amount of friction. But, getting sleep right is the number one thing. I have 3 rules in life. Always charge your phone and find internet when you have the ability to do that. Number 2, always take a nap when you have an opportunity to do it. Number 3, always use the bathroom. You have an opportunity to do it. If you ever violated those rules, you instantly regret it at some point. But sleep is the most important, I'd say, of the 3, because it's just, you're always jet lagged.
Yeah.
You go Europe, go Asia, go America, and you're just not in that good position. And you wake up and you have to go and do all this stuff, and you're just trying to power through. So what you do is you start taking all kinds of substances to keep yourself going. And you get addicted to caffeine tablets and these types of things. And that's a crutch.
Yeah.
It only works so well. And long term, if you don't sleep, it creates havoc on your life.
Yes.
In fact, at our clinic up in Gillette, I mentioned we have 15,000 patients. We have a sleep medicine doctor that we just hired, and her panel's already filled out. She's booked out like 11 months.
Wow.
And almost every one of the patients comes through has sleep apnea or some sleep disruption, either because they were in the service or they were a minor or they worked night shift or something. It just destroyed their circadian rhythm. And it's like they've been prematurely aged. In some cases, 10, 20 years.
Good.
There's nothing that takes time off your life more than not getting sleep.
You need to take it more seriously. Oh, God. All right, well, let's turn to crypto. Although I could ask you so many follow-up questions, I'm going to spare the crypto audience who are watching. So you've testified before Congress. I'm sure you've been in and around regulators in the U.S. In these interactions, did you have some before the new administration and some after?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've known all the administrations, whether it be Trump or Biden or now Trump again. The challenge is that after Trump won, it wasn't really clear how the White House wanted to coordinate things. And there was some discussion of who gets to be the crypto czar, and there was a lot of debate back and forth. And the big challenge for that, for a lot of people that were thinking about it, was you'd have to recuse yourself from a lot of stuff, and you'd also have to have your crypto go into a blind trust. So it disqualified a lot of the people that were OGs, because we have large crypto holdings we're not going to sell. The other challenge was that we needed an all-of-government approach, and while the executive branch has the capacity for that, what ended up happening is the majority of the conversations ended up going to the legislative side. So what we did is we said, we're going to sit down with the Senate. We're going to work really closely with Tim Scott, the Senate Banking Committee. And we were able to have some incredibly productive roundtables and conversations with Tim and other senators, and just about broad picture things. For example, what would 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the road managing a cryptocurrency ecosystem look like through the lens of a joint working force of the CFTC and the SEC? How do we think about custodial standards and asset classifications, and how would you go about taxes, and what role does the industry have? Should there be an SRO or not an SRO, or these types of things? And so we were able to do a lot of great work in rallying a lot of different people. I was just at a round table actually with the A16Z guys and Coinbase and the rest of the gang. And we've gotten to a point where the Genius Act has been passed. The Clarity Act is almost done, and I suspect it'll get passed in October. And then what that opens up is basically 90% of the statutory rulemaking is done. The rulemaking then moves to the executive branch, and the SEC and the CFTC have to spend the next 2 to 3 years to kind of figure that stuff out. And what they're going to figure out is basically what's a security, what's a commodity, and we no longer have this scary Gary, sue everybody and let God and sort them out type of regulatory approach. And, the industry now doesn't really have to design against the U.S. government. It's more, now you're judged on the merit of your project and the technology of your project, these things, not how well can you evade regulation, which is very healthy overall. And what's been very great is that everybody wants to get it done. The senators want to get it done. The members of the House want to get it done. The president wants to get it done. Because, Trump gave a really nice mandate. He said, I want America to be the best country to found, fund, and run a cryptocurrency business. Pretty simple, right? But that means people in Singapore have to move to America. People in Abu Dhabi have to move to America. So it's not good enough just to get a regulatory framework. It has to stand up against the offshore jurisdictions and be so attractive that people relocate their businesses and onshore again. So it takes a bit of time to get there. And no one person has all the solutions or answers. The industry as a whole has come together. And what's the magical is we've gone from everybody getting sued, everybody getting subpoenaed, and everything being glum, to one of 2 foundational laws being passed, a second one on the way, in a government that actually wants to listen and work with the industry as a whole.
I guess the fear would be, though, that so much has changed from one administration to the next. Do you think a lot of this could be undone if the next administration were to be like, say, Democrats?
If it's executive orders, it absolutely could be. And the Democrats have, not all of them, but some have certainly developed such extreme Trump derangement that because he launched his own coin, crypto equals Trump equals bad. So that's why you got to pass a law. And once you pass a law, then really the interface is at the rulemaking level. There's enough time that we can get a law passed in about 2 to 3 years of good rulemaking at the CFTC and the SEC that I think that it's no longer going to be an issue. It's going to be other stuff that's an issue. And that's fine. And some may argue that it's actually very sensible to make some of those things an issue. But in terms of asset classification, what's security, what's commodity, and in terms of how to regulate these things, I think that's going to be a settled matter within the next 12 months. And we can just simply move on as an industry.
I really, really hope so. And I broadly agree. All right, so let's talk about digital asset treasuries, DATs. You're a proponent. You said that you're particularly like proactive and diversified DATs. Is that correct?
So you have to understand there's slightly different asset classes. So when you deal with something like Bitcoin, you have no ownership rights, you have no staking rights, you have no governance participation with Bitcoin. So you don't particularly care if a large amount of Bitcoin is in holder A, B, or C. It has nothing to say about the operation of the network. When you look at Ethereum, suddenly you have staking rights. So you're involved in the security of the system. If you look at Cardano, you have staking rights and governance rights. So you care a lot more about the people who actually aggregate large amounts of tokens and their conduct and their behavior. So the very first thing when we look for DATs for these more complicated cryptocurrencies like Cardano or Tezos for these things, is what is their governance and their security side? Are they actually going to get involved in staking? Are they actually getting involved in voting on things in chain? And how do they do that in a way that doesn't create problems for the industry as a whole? So that's one dimension of it. The other dimension is the DATs started as trades, and we want them to be investments. And so a trade is, I get in and out in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. So Wall Street they're just masters of this shit.
Yeah, some might say speculative.
Yeah, exactly right. It's like meme coins. They get in, like find a useful idiot to buy the equity and it collapses. That's not sustainable. And this is why you're actually seeing a lot of value leak out of the DATs that launched during the summertime.
Yeah.
But going into an investment means that the DAT is actually going to follow and track that ecosystem for a period of time, like 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. But that means they actually have to be a member of that ecosystem. They actually have to know the applications launching and the development companies and actually make strategic decisions about how to grow that ecosystem. So I like the DATs that go multi-asset from the perspective of one master asset. So let's say it's Ether, and then they look at the whole ecosystem around it and build up that ecosystem like a blockchain development company, or in this case, ADA and something there. So a lot of people approached us during the summer and said, hey, do you guys want to do a DAT? You have a lot of ADA and all this stuff. And I said, I have no to get sorted out. And also, this is an investment, not a trade. And so they went on to, easier pastures. And now those equities are in the toilet and they're falling. And so we're waiting to see if somebody comes along that really has that mindset. And that'd be a great partner to work with.
How have you thought much? Because I've never considered the governance aspect, right? I do see how it's important now. Have you?
Yeah, because they can have like 5% or 10% of the vote. But what you do?
Have you any thought how you would structure that? Like how a DAT should structure that?
Yeah, we have some technology like Conclave is one example of it. But basically what you do is you create a governance council and you take areas of your ecosystem that are very evangelistic, but they're disenfranchised economically, meaning they don't have a lot of the token, but they want to participate in governance. So places like Africa, South America, Southeast Asia, where you have people that are willing to spend like full-time job actually being involved, but they may only have 0.0001% supply. And then you can source up a few hundred people who are from that wake of life, and then you give them multi-sig control over the governance side of the assets at the DAT. So collectively, they end up having a huge voice, even though economically they're a little disenfranchised. And this gets rid of some of the plutocratic elements of the system. And what's nice is then the DAT holders, they don't have to really worry too much about good governance because you have a bunch of people that are very passionate. They really want to be part of things that are representing that. And if you federate, you get a pretty good sampling of the totality of the opinions of the community. So no one person rules the roost. And you kind of sidestep that whole issue and get away with it. So we're going to experiment with something like that with one of our products called Lace, because there's a question of like governance and stake pools, and I think we can do that with some of the on-chain stuff and some of the voting stuff. But it'd be fun to partner with a DAT that really wants to do that and help them build it out, and then suddenly we can get much more representation from the development world, which has historically been a very big part of the story.
Yeah. So I guess you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but maybe you don't take too kindly, or you don't prefer the benevolent dictator like DAT, for example, Tom Lee or Kyle Samani, Ethereum and Solana respectively.
I mean, if people like it, they like it, but the problem is there's a shelf life to it. Even if you have a great benevolent dictator, they can be terrible for a different market condition. There's no greater example of that than Bill Gates. I mean, I'm old enough to remember Bill in all three phases of life. I remember him when I was a kid. He was the world's greatest businessman. He led Microsoft to this ruthless monopoly, and if it's a $600 billion company, 95% of the market, killed everybody else. And then he went to the second phase, where he was like not CEO, but CEO, with Steve Ballmer, and Microsoft missed Facebook and Google and Apple's rise. And then he had to retire and kind of leave, and Satya Nadella had to take over, and now he's doing charity work. So a beneficent dictator is only as good as a market condition, and there's always a temporal component to that. So it might be great to have a Kyle floating around. It might be great to have a Tom Lee floating around. But what happens when they're not domain experts in the next generation of the market? Like the big growth areas are going to be RWAs, and the big growth areas of privacy and digital identity. Well, if you were awesome with smart contracts, you may have no knowledge or experience in these types of things. So even though you were awesome 4 years ago, you could actually fall behind in the next cycle. So how you get around that is federation decentralization and having dynamicism in the governance, allowing people to come and go, and then people tend to self-select.
Very, very cool. All right, let me now ask you a more technical question. I view you as a very technical person. Sometimes on your videos, I don't understand what you're talking about, using language that I don't understand. But I just would like to get your if you have any thoughts on quantum. I've spoken with a couple people here, and they seem reasonably concerned, and some of the data that they shared seem concerning. And I was wondering, in your estimation, is it a big deal? Should we be concerned? How concerned should we be right now?
So every year I used to go to a cryptography conference called Crypto, which is at University of California, Santa Barbara. And one of the guys that would speak and do a presentation was the head of Google's quantum computing group. So he came kind of a state of the union of quantum computers. And that was a lot of fun because you'd always get to know what's the latest and greatest. And I'd say of all the quantum computer manufacturers, the one that has the best plan is probably IBM. Is coming along. And there's a lot of companies, all the Mag 7 are participating in their own way. And there's a lot of bespoke firms like Xanadu or D-Wave or others. And really there's special purpose quantum computers and general purpose quantum computers. There's exotic materials like topological quantum computers. That's like the Majorana Fermion. They're doing crazy shit with diamonds that have engineered flaws. Those are called nitrogen vacancy systems. So the long and short is that there's an inevitability to a quantum computer existing. And the probability of one actually working at scale with lots of qubits and good error correction by 2035 is probably greater than 50%.
Really?
Given that these things are accelerating and AI is accelerating the development life cycle. So the good news is we have already figured out how to protect all blockchains from quantum computers. Yeah. In fact, we have government standards we worked on with NIST.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
FIPS 203, FIPS 204, 205. And Algorand actually came up with a really wonderful algorithm called Falcon. And Ethereum is moving aggressively in the space too. All their ZK-VM stuff is hash-based, and hash-based crypto seems to be resistant to quantum computers. So there's a future-proofing that's already occurring. The reason why we haven't done it as an industry yet is trade-offs are too high. You can do it, but your proof sizes are 5 to 10 times larger, your transaction times are 100 times longer, and there's no optimized hardware. The thing is that when you standardize something at NIST, the CPU manufacturers and GPU manufacturers will actually build specialized circuitry in your phones or laptops and things. So like AES is a standard, or elliptic curves are a standard.
Right. Yeah,
and there's actually specialized cores in your CPU and your GPU to accelerate that.
That does that, right.
So if you pick a non-standard curve, you don't enjoy the hardware acceleration. So a lot of people were hesitant to embrace post-quantum until NIST standardized things, because then when they standardize those things, the hardware manufacturers will accelerate them. And then you say, okay, that's the safe thing to go ahead and pick. So what we're doing is just kind of waiting for that to get through. But we have already one post-quantum project we're working on with the Linux Foundation called Nightstream. And that project is actually about post-quantum folding. And it's a really cool lattice-based system. So we're right there. We're fighting hard. It's cool to see Willow from Google. It's cool to see what Microsoft's doing and IBM's doing. These other guys, Kookaburra is awesome. But we're not quite there yet. But we have enough time to be able to resolve all that. The big question pertinent to your brand name is, what will Bitcoin do? Really, it's kind of a three-phase process. What Bitcoin needs to do is it needs to create a compressed proof, a checkpoint system using post-quantum proofs. And it can do that actually with a process called NEPA-POWs. Then at some point it needs to add a second signature scheme that's post-quantum. And at some point it then needs to migrate to that to being default.
It sounds like a hard fork to me.
It could be potentially a soft fork if you do it the right way. Because like Taproot added all this amazing expressiveness, and they did add a new signature scheme with they had Schnorr SIGs. So I think there's a path to do that. You just need the miners to recognize something. So NEPA-POWs was something we invented a long, long time ago, but with Dionysius Zindros, non-interactive proofs of proof of work. And we noticed that when you do mining puzzles, not all puzzles are created equally. So two valid puzzles, one may be slightly more rare than the other, and because of the nature of the puzzle solution. And then what you can do is you can actually recursively create a small proof from those very rare puzzles. So you could use a NEPA-POW-like compression structure and combine it with a post-quantum signature. If you put those two things together, you kind of get two things at the same time. You get first quantum resistance, but then also you get really nice checkpoints for light wallets to use with full node security. So I think it behooves the Bitcoin ecosystem to start thinking about it. And it takes about 5 to 10 years to soft fork Bitcoin, like Taproot took that long. Yeah. So if they start planning now, by the time quantum computers start becoming problematic, Bitcoin should be okay.
Okay, well that's reassuring to hear. I spoke with Jeff Garzik at Bitcoin Vegas, and he seems similarly confident that the Bitcoin community will get off its ass about quantum. Yeah,
I've known Jeff for over 10 years. He's a very good guy. He's very smart. He's very talented. He's crazy rich because he held on to his Bitcoin. So he's doing okay.
Yeah.
But these guys know what they're doing. I mean, the challenge with Bitcoin is you're always working with a very limited system. And it's fun in that we do video game programming for Nintendo stuff. So I actually launched, if you go to my booth, you can see I have a Nintendo game there. It's a sequel to a Nintendo game that I played as a kid.
What game?
Crystal Mine.
Okay.
30 years ago, this game came out. We created a sequel to it. So we had to actually write Nintendo assembly, which is like an 8-bit little Indian register system. It's just a nightmare to write code for it. And likely there's a slightly good high-level language called NES Fab that an enthusiast created, but it only works like 90% of half the time. So you have to handwrite a lot of assembly code. So that's an ultimate exercise in working with a very constrained system. And Bitcoin is exactly the same way. If you're writing Bitcoin script or you're working with the Bitcoin system, you can't hard fork it. So the best you can do is a soft fork. So you have to kind of think around, like, what can we do to somehow make the system more expressive given these extreme limitations? So the quantum thing is a little bit more challenging because you really do need to upgrade the puzzle system. And the problem is the minute you open that conversation, you really are starting with the conversation of, well, should we also improve proof of work overall?
Oh my God.
And you get all these people that have put billions of dollars in a highly optimized thing, and they say, I don't know about that. So that's the harder part, not the post-quantum part. There's plenty of great protocols. It's
like a political problem.
Yeah. But that's why we have on-chain governance with Cardano, because it gives you the ability to solve those problems around there quickly. In the absence of it, it's insanely hard to even do small things.
Yeah. All right, so speaking of Bitcoin and Cardano, you are in the process of getting direct Bitcoin functionality on Cardano.
Yeah.
Why should people use Bitcoin on Cardano instead of a Bitcoin L2 or a Bitcoin sidechain or wrapped Bitcoin on Ethereum or Solana?
Yeah. There are 3 rules for Bitcoin. First, there's only Bitcoin. Second, you pay all your fees in Bitcoin. And third, you get your yield back in Bitcoin. You can't violate those 3 rules. So Cardano is really cool because the way we designed it, we have intents, and so you can pay your transaction fees in Bitcoin. Second, Cardano is a UTXO system, just like Bitcoin is. But we figured out a development model with UTXO. And so we had to spend 3 years as a non-EVM chain trying to figure out, like, how do you actually make smart contracts work in this paradigm? And with the integrations we've done with BitDMX, you can actually write Cardano smart contracts and pile them into Bitcoin script. So we're really thinking around this hybrid application model where you run one part on Bitcoin and ultimately use the security of the Bitcoin network, but then you're able to get the expressiveness of a full extended UTXO system on Cardano. And then because it's Babel fees intense on Cardano, you can get your yield back in Bitcoin. So in many ways, it doesn't feel like you've left Bitcoin.
Okay.
The challenge with a lot of layer 2 is either the latency or a multi-sig, and it's not really a fully secure experience. And you've gone from a completely decentralized system to a trusted system or a multi-sig system, or they don't really have a good development model. It's very difficult to practice, right? Because it takes years and years and years to build a good DevX out. Well, Cardano is a completely decentralized layer 1. And so we've already figured out the security. We've already figured out the decentralization. We already figured out the dev model. It's really just a matter of getting the two systems to talk to each other. And I was just at Bitcoin 2025, and I said, you need the toggle. So you're in your wallet, and you have this little toggle, and it says Bitcoin DeFi mode. And you click it, and you have DeFi mode. And then you can do some DeFi stuff. And when you're done, you unclick it. That's the UX that they've come to expect. And they expect that the security has to settle at some point on the Bitcoin network. So it's been a lot of fun trying to figure out how to work with Taproot. We've had some great partners with that, like Fairgate. And what's really cool is we now have like an amazing development language, Aiken, that can work with the Bitcoin developers, and they can write these hybrid applications where you have one foot on both sides, and you're going from decentralized to decentralized. You get all the advantages of our network.
So you've found like a reasonably warm reception from the Bitcoin community?
Yeah, but in fact, once they hear about it and they say, okay, I get, it's Bitcoin, I'm using Bitcoin security, I'm paying transaction fees in Bitcoin, I'm getting Bitcoin back. They're like, okay, yeah, that's all right. They don't like other tokens, they call them altcoins or shitcoins. The other side of it too is that Bitcoin's got to make some compromises, which is why they got layer 2 systems like Lightning and these other things. But they've never really been able to take off. I mean, Rootstock's been around for 10 years. Lightning's been around for just as long. And Blockstream every 6 months says, hey, we're going to do side chains, and then magically, we'll be able to absorb all the innovations the rest of space. And it doesn't materialize.
Yeah.
Because the problem is that the layer 2 system tends to go from fully decentralized to centralized or to a multi-sig. And your security model is not one-to-one with that. So going from a layer 1 to layer 1 is a better prospect. The reason why not Solana or Ethereum is that they're radically different systems. They're not UTXO based, and they're not based on that paradigm that Satoshi came up with. So going from UTXO to an extended UTXO, that's very natural. And, the accounting systems are the same, the wallets do the same things, and it just feels like it's a superset of Bitcoin, kind of like the color coins day, these types of things. And in many ways, Bitcoin is Cardano is a spiritual successor because, our native asset issuance model was inspired by color coins. Our proof of stake system was actually based on proof of work, and we modeled the security properties of proof of work with the GKL15 paper, and Ouroboros is built that way, and it's liquid non-custodial staking, and it's very similar in its synchronization model to proof of work. So it's very different than like an Ethereum-style BST system that's really built for kind of an unchanging quorum, and and kind of a race to the top for the top 5 or top 10 holders. So I think we're a natural partner, but it's such a big market. You're going to have more than one winner. Sui is heavily invested in this space. Stacks is obviously in this space. They have a booth here, and so you're probably going to see 5 or 10 that are doing it. And really, the driver is going to be real world assets and yield. Who can match the Bitcoin with yield and build a good enough user experience to be able to move in and out? And also, are you chasing institutional or are you chasing retail? Retail, then it's a wallet play, and it's the toggle. And you got to go get that from Bitcoin.com and Blockchain.com and Brave.com. And just make it really easy for people to click that toggle. For institutional, these are large institutions making deals to create low risk yield while they hold custody of the
and you think they're going to do it on chain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the only way to do it, especially if the risk factors are lower, because you can port over the security controls that you already have for your custodial agreement for Bitcoin you hold to the DeFi side. Whereas if you do other stuff, it's a little bit dicier.
All right, so I only have 2 minutes left, and I want to stick to my time. So I'm going to ask one last question. Keep it light. I watch you on X sometimes. You're playful, sometimes a little bit of a troll, which I enjoy. I was just wondering, why are you doing it like this? I appreciate it. I love it. But a lot of your counterparts and other projects within crypto seem a little more buttoned up, a little more serious these days. And I just wanted to hear your thoughts on this.
Because it doesn't matter to me. I didn't enter into this space to get rich, and I didn't enter this space to get famous. I try to stay as accessible as possible. And yeah, I certainly enjoy money, but I was just as passionate when I lived in an apartment with the little stuffed giraffes behind me doing AMAs as I am now, being a billionaire. And I also understand that everything has a finiteness to it. And that's why you got to be playful. Whether you're big guy or little guy, it doesn't matter. It all comes to an end. So you got to wake up every day and find something that's fun and joyful, and you got to find a way to connect to people. And it's fun to show people who you really are, and have people understand that you're just a person like them. These buttoned up people, they try to be professional, and this world is so utterly unserious right now. I mean, Donald Trump is president. I mean, so this is just as crazy as it gets. We are literally in a space that wasn't worth anything, and now it's worth $4 trillion. And the driver of growth for the last few years was meme coins like Dogwood's hat and these types of things. So when you see stuff like that, it's like, why are we taking ourselves so seriously? The whole point of cryptocurrency is to point out the absurdity of money and the absurdity of society as it is. So I try to treat my Twitter that way. It's hard because I've gotten too famous. I went from nothing to 1 million Twitter followers, and that accessibility can become toxic at times. And there's been some events throughout all the years that have been real challenging. But net, I think I've navigated as best as I can. And I have to change style probably at some point. And that's okay. But I don't want to lose touch, and I don't want to lose access to people. And I'm still going to do the AMAs, and still going to do the X Spaces, and I'm still going to try to stay as accessible as possible.
Well, I really appreciate what you're doing, man. I love the attitude. I love everything you're about. So thank you for this conversation.
Cheers.
Keep it up, man.
Thank you.
Okay. That was great. Coming up, I don't actually know who's coming up next, but please stay tuned for that.
When crypto leaders want reach and results, they choose Bitcoin.com. A global audience, massive reach across social, web, and mobile, engaged users who trust our brand, and campaigns that move at the speed of crypto. From press to podcasts, X to SEO, display ads to rewards integrations in the app, Bitcoin.com delivers exposure across every channel that matters. Our clients include the world's leading exchanges, wallets, and gaming platforms. When they need impact, they trust Bitcoin.com. Get your brand where it belongs, in front of millions. Partner with Bitcoin.com Media today.
Stable, but exposed. If your dollar token can be tracked, frozen, or flagged, it's not freedom. Freedom Dollar is the first uncensorable stablecoin, private by design, built on Zanu. Unlike Tether or USDC, Freedom Dollar hides your balance, your activity, and your identity. No tracking, no freezing, no middlemen. Hold, send, and swap Freedom Dollar privately, right inside the Bitcoin.com wallet. And now you can even spend it worldwide. Privacy isn't a luxury, it's a right. Freedom Dollar is your escape from surveillance finance.
Until now, fiat balances only lived on centralized exchanges and fintech apps. Not anymore. Bitcoin.com Balance brings fiat balances to the decentralized world. That means you can buy and sell with ease, but you always keep complete control of your crypto. Once you've funded your Bitcoin.com balance, you can buy Bitcoin and 50 plus cryptos in seconds. No more failed transactions, lower fees, and you can sell back into your Bitcoin.com balance anytime. Need Bitcoin fast? Just tap, confirm, and boom, crypto in your wallet. No waiting, no friction. Bitcoin.com balance. Power and security of decentralization, the ease of a centralized exchange.
Did you make it, son?
Yes, I'm here. They took everything from me. My money, my passport, my phone.
Don't worry, it's going to be fine. Did you remember the 12 words?
Yes, I know the words. Opera, fabric, stereo, trash, gift, voice, country, engine, complex, new, fate, purpose.
In this video, we'll show you how to earn Bitcoin, currently at over 30% APY, by staking Verse tokens in the Bitcoin.com wallet app using the low-fee Polygon network. You can also stake Verse on Ethereum, but for this walkthrough, we'll focus on Polygon. To get started, you'll need some Verse tokens. This is what you'll be staking to earn Bitcoin. You can earn Verse for free in the Rewards Center or buy or swap into it directly in the app. You'll also need a small amount of Matic, also sometimes called POL, which is the gas token on the Polygon network. You'll be using Matic to cover transaction fees, which are less than 1 cent in most cases. Now that we have everything we need, it's time to stake Verse to start earning Bitcoin. From the home screen, go to Web3 Explorer, then select Earn Bitcoin on Polygon. Next, you'll need to connect your wallet. Make sure to connect your Polygon wallet that has Verse and Matic in it. Then hit the Stake Verse button, enter the amount to stake, and confirm the transactions. The first transaction approves use of Verse. The second deposits your Verse into the staking smart contract. And that's it! You're now earning Bitcoin in the form of TBTC, a decentralized, one-to-one Bitcoin-backed token. You can claim your Bitcoin rewards at any time by tapping Claim Rewards. Just like when you staked your Verse, you'll again need a little Matic to cover the fee. Your rewards come in TBTC, a decentralized version of Bitcoin that's usable in Web3 apps and faster to transact than mainnet Bitcoin. It's always backed one-to-one with real Bitcoin on the Bitcoin blockchain, and you can swap it to mainnet Bitcoin anytime. You can unstake your Verse anytime, instantly, and without penalties. When you do, you'll get your Verse back, plus any unclaimed rewards. And that's it. Stake your Verse tokens in the Bitcoin.com wallet app to start earning Bitcoin today, fast, simple, and self-custodial. Try it now.
Free self-custody Bitcoin. Scan this QR code right here from within the Bitcoin.com wallet app. You better hurry up. Anyone can get it. Oh, is it still there? Is it gone? I don't know.
In this video, we'll show you how to earn Bitcoin, currently at over 30% APY, by staking Verse tokens in the Bitcoin.com wallet app using the low-fee Polygon network. You can also stake Verse on Ethereum, but for this walkthrough, we'll focus on Polygon. To get started, you'll need some Verse tokens. This is what you'll be staking to earn Bitcoin. You can earn Verse for free in the Rewards Center or buy or swap into it directly in the app. You'll also need a small amount of Matic, also sometimes called POL, which is the gas token on the Polygon network. You'll be using Matic to cover transaction fees, which are less than 1 cent in most cases. Now that we have everything we need, it's time to stake Verse to start earning Bitcoin. From the home screen, go to Web3 Explorer, then select Earn Bitcoin on Polygon. Next, you'll need to connect your wallet. Make sure to connect your Polygon wallet that has Verse and Matic in it. Then hit the Stake Verse button, enter the amount to stake, and confirm the transactions. The first transaction approves use of Verse. The second deposits your Verse into the staking smart contract, and that's it. You're now earning Bitcoin in the form of TBTC, a decentralized, one-to-one Bitcoin-backed token. You can claim your Bitcoin rewards at any time by tapping Claim Rewards. Just like when you staked your Verse, you'll again need a little Matic to cover the fee. Your rewards come in TBTC, a decentralized version of Bitcoin that's usable in Web3 apps and faster to transact than mainnet Bitcoin. It's always backed one-to-one with real Bitcoin on the Bitcoin blockchain, and you can swap it to mainnet Bitcoin anytime. You can unstake your Verse anytime, instantly, and without penalties. When you do, you'll get your Verse back, plus any unclaimed rewards. And that's it. Stake your Verse tokens in the Bitcoin.com wallet app to start earning Bitcoin today, fast, simple, and self-custodial. Try it now.
What if you got pages for exploring crypto? Read news, check prices, discover new projects, and stack rewards along the way. Over $1 million in rewards paid out so far, and we're just getting started. Download the Bitcoin.com wallet today. The wallet that pays you.
In the last 7 years, the price of Bitcoin has grown by 50.6% per year on average, far outpacing stocks, commodities, gold, real estate, emerging markets, and bonds. At a $2.2 trillion market cap and growing, Bitcoin is now comparable to currencies like the Australian dollar, commodities like silver, and companies like Google. Bitcoin is here to stay, but as governments around the world print money and Bitcoin vacuums up global liquidity, it is poised to grow much larger. Here's how much one Bitcoin would be worth if it grew as big as a company like Nvidia, then gold, or the US dollar, global M2 money supply, global equities, global bonds, and global real estate. Nothing can stop this train.
Do you think your crypto is private? Think again. On Bitcoin, Ethereum, and most major blockchains, every transaction you make is public, traceable by anyone, anywhere. What you send, who you send it to, when you send it, how much you hold. All visible, forever. That's not just transparency, it's surveillance. Confidential assets on the Zano blockchain changed the game. Built for privacy from the ground up, Zano's system extends its powerful protections, like untraceability, unlinkability, and amount concealment to any token. This opens the door to fully private financial tools. Imagine a USD stablecoin, but shielded. Imagine Bitcoin wrapped and transacted anonymously. Imagine enterprise tokens that move without exposing sensitive details. Confidential assets make all of this possible. And now, with the Bitcoin.com wallet, you can hold, send, receive, and swap Zano's confidential assets, all inside a single, easy-to-use, self-custodial app. Privacy isn't just an add-on, it's the future. Update your Bitcoin.com wallet today and step into the next era of private crypto.
I got into crypto last year when I joined Bitcoin.com. It seems like it was the right time because when I joined the company, everyone is into crypto, and I guess it influenced on me. And then I started to get into crypto, and then I started to buy, and then now I'm like a little bit of a DJ now.
So I got into crypto sometime in 2014 or 2016, I can't remember. But I was farming Ethereum. I had like 2,000 plus Ethereum at one point, but it was when it was worth nothing. It's like 1 to 2 USD each. So I sold it off. I made a good profit, but 7 years later, I could have become like retired. So the only reason we're having this conversation right now is because I should have held.
No, when I first heard about crypto, it was from my ex-colleague, and it was about year 2017. I was totally new and I don't know what about this. And then come to year 2019, at end of 2019, I was invited by a friend for a seminar. And that was the first time I know what is cryptocurrency and what is Bitcoin. I found that it's very interesting into the technology and the blockchain kind of technology. Then I tried to, firstly into future trading and spot trading, and more into knowing about different exchanges, the wallets, and then into meme coins. So I then become so degen into playing or trading memes.
I went into crypto space at about year 2019, where I was working for an angel investor that is having a portfolio company in crypto space, which interests me quite a bit. So I decided to venture into this field.
I got into crypto while I was working with agencies on finance-related clients. And I always felt like crypto was this interest that I could never really speak to my colleagues about. So it's really interesting entering a crypto company where my interests in crypto become part and parcel of daily life.
So at Bitcoin.com, I'm the FP&A manager. I translate accounting data for the management because, it's just complicated. So the management wants to get insights, right? So I provide the insights from the data. So I'm kind of like a translator, so to speak. A financial translator, if you will. Yeah.
I'm the growth lead. And what that means is leading initiatives that lead to growth, whether on partnerships fronts or within our internal departments.
I'm the compliance officer for Bitcoin.com. Basically, I make sure that we stay regulated in certain countries, and then we follow the rules and regulations that's being set off.
I'm finance director of Bitcoin.com, so oversee the accounting tax function as well as treasury.
I'm actually working in the finance department, oversees a 2 cost center, plus in charge of the revenue-related data transaction. Basically for me, I have been in Singapore for more than 30 years, so I like the cleanness and the safety in Singapore. The environment are good. You have to mix around with positive people, and it's a hub for most of the Southeast Asia countries, most of the people internationally, yeah.
I like living in Singapore because it is safe, it's clean, and there's lots of food because I'm a foodie.
I would say because it's my home, I'm obliged to like it. Like, you can't really beat the safety and the cleanliness we have here with some of the things we take for granted, like the MRT system. I think the weather is very predictable, which is good. So a lot of people complain that, Singapore is only rain or shine, but that's good, right? Because if you go to other countries, suddenly you have a typhoon, a super typhoon at your doorstep. Do you want that? And also Singapore is also free from natural disasters. So yeah, that's something we take for granted. I'm sure a lot of Singaporeans have never been in a situation when the ground was quaking below you and you're just fearing for your life.
It's really nice to live in a kind of a hub where you have easy access to different neighboring countries. And in that sense, Singapore is situated similarly to a city in Europe, I would dare say, where if you wanted to access Malaysia, Vietnam, Bangkok, you're less than 2 hours flight away. My colleagues often say things like they like the food and they like that it's safe. I have no quarrels there. I've lived abroad. I've realized that, safety is something that you can't really take for granted. Efficiency is also another thing that I will rate quite highly on that list, because when you live in Singapore, things just work.
If you're considering to live in Singapore, the advice is to go explore the whole city. Avoid all the fancy restaurants that you see in the malls. Visit the local coffee shops. visit the local hawkers.
I think if you want to live in Singapore, you have to be earning quite a bit of money. Unless you taper your expectations and live like a local, you can get a flat in a HDB. I feel like a lot of foreigners, they tend to pigeonhole their choices into like, oh, I have to live in this area because it's the cool place for foreigners to live in. Oh, I have to spend this amount at like this upmarket supermarket when they can be actually spending their money more wisely. So I've actually talked to some ex-colleagues. I've reduced their expenses easily by 60-70% by just making them think about whether this is a smart choice or not. So I think instead of phrasing it as earning more money, I'd be like, spend my money more wisely and don't be like compelled to think that you have to spend this amount of money just because, yeah.
The train will be crowded, so try to avoid those like the timing that at least like working hours time period, so that you won't be stuck in the crowd. Yeah.
The first thing to consider is to find a suitable accommodation because the rental expense is quite high. The rest of the stuff are relatively cheap and manageable. Probably they can also take a chance to travel around because Singapore is quite near to all the neighboring countries, very convenient.
On a hot day, go try a sugarcane juice. Make sure there's a lot of ice in it. On a rainy day, maybe go for a bak kut teh. That's like a pork rib soup. It's really tasty. But TLDR, food in Singapore is really good. Please feel free to explore. There's no limits to the next frontier. Like there's new tech being shipped out, there's new projects being built every day, and everyone just wants to do something better. I work with great people, and I dare say so because it's a very collaborative environment. It's very different from the types of traditional finance marketing roles that I've had in the past. Of course, things can get quite rough and it's always very fast-paced. It's an industry that doesn't sleep.
Like even people don't really know the industry, it's quite easy to go into this space, so you get to know different kinds of people from different fields. So it's quite interesting to know different people.
Because I love crypto, so I was trying to look for an opportunity into crypto industry. In my previous job, I will not allow or say so kind of a bit sensitive to talk about crypto in such a topics. So, but in the crypto related company, when I start to join the company, I feel like everybody is talking about crypto. Once I step into crypto, I would like to have like environment that people is talking about the same topic. Yeah.
I guess it's the people, because in crypto it's all about all these, I guess we're all younger and it's just more energetic.
I feel like because I'm a crypto native, it feels very second nature to me. So it's something I do on a daily basis. So I also have the knowledge to help people who want to get into crypto. In fact, Humphrey got into crypto through my recommendation because I was insisting, no, you should onboard SJSX. It's like, no, it's so troublesome. I'm like, no, it's not troublesome. So one good thing about working in crypto is, yeah, you can expose your friends to crypto, but of course what they do is their own choice, so that's another thing. But empowering is better than being ignorant, right? So that's my point of view. Yeah.
In this video, you're going to learn how to mint TBTC on the Ethereum network using the Bitcoin.com wallet. So first, you'll need to make sure that you have at least 0.01 Bitcoin in your wallet and some Ethereum to cover the gas fee. Once you meet the requirements, you're going to head over to the Web3 Explorer on the wallet. On the search bar, you're going to type in dashboard.threshold.network. Next, you're going to scroll down and hit Mint TBTC and connect your Ethereum wallet. Find the Bitcoin.com wallet and then press connect. And once again, make sure the connected wallet has some Ethereum to cover gas fees. Under the BTC return address, you're going to remove the Bitcoin colon, and this address will be the same address that is funded with at least 0.01 BTC. Once you've done that, you're going to tap Generate Deposit Address. Now, this will create a receipt, and you can save that receipt somewhere and then press back. and you'll see that the deposit address has been generated. So this is where you're going to send your Bitcoin. After copying the deposit address, go back to your Bitcoin wallet and enter it into the address bar. Let's switch to base currency Bitcoin, and then we're going to send 0.01 BTC to that address and press continue and slide to send. Next, we're going to go back to the dashboard of the Threshold Network site and connect the same Ethereum wallet that we used initially. And after an hour or so, you should see that your deposit was confirmed, and you're going to tap on Bridge. Now, you can see here that you have to pay a network fee for this, so make sure that your wallet is funded with Ethereum. After a few seconds, you should see your mint initiate. After a few hours, you should see the TBTC show up in your Ethereum wallet. That's how you mint TBTC using the Bitcoin.com wallet.
We are giving away free self-custody Bitcoin during our live conference coverage. First, download the Bitcoin.com wallet app. During our conference coverage, we're going to show you these golden tickets. From within the Bitcoin.com wallet app, use the QR code scanner to scan these golden ticket QR codes. Swipe to auto-magically send the Bitcoin to your self-custody wallet. But be ready, be fast, because anyone watching can get the Bitcoin.
And we are back. We're here with Alex Kozenko, who is the Chief Marketing Officer at Whitebit. Welcome, sir. How are you doing?
Thank you.
Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
What we have here is something quite special. So those of you who are soccer fans, or football, as they call it in Europe.
Let's call it football.
Will recognize these jerseys. What we have here is the Juventus jersey. And
no, this one is Juventus jersey. I will help you. This one is Juventus jersey. It's our new with autographs of the famous players. So
I can't believe I messed that up. All right. I actually am a soccer fan, but yes. This is the Barcelona jersey. That's the Juventus one. Who are the players that have signed this?
Oh, I see here Frankie de Jong, Rafinha, Chesney, and Barsi. So it's quite famous and quite good players. So
I imagine this jersey would fetch a pretty penny on the market if but anyway, we've got a contest.
It's like thousands of euro or dollars or USDT. So quite good price for today giveaway.
Yeah, at Whitebit, you guys have graciously offered to give it away to your audience. So let's describe how this contest works. What you're gonna have to do is get in, tag at Whitebit and at Whitebit_com.
Yes.
And ask a question or comment. You guys are going to be selecting the best questions and comments and sending out these jerseys to those winners.
Absolutely, yeah. So one question and one comment. So for the best comment, we will distribute this jersey from Juventus. And for the best question, we will give the Barcelona t-shirt jersey with autograph.
All right, so get in there, tag at Whitebit and at Whitebit_com to win these jerseys. So, Alex, let's get the things kicking off here with the interview. So, could you tell me about your background? How did you end up in the crypto space?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Hello, audience. So, about myself. So, I started my professional career maybe in 2006. First 12 years, I worked for more traditional companies and insurance companies. So my first sponsorship contracts started in 2006. We were a sponsor of Manchester United. I worked for company AIG, if you know, American International Group. So I worked for this company, but in Ukraine. I spent 12 years in more traditional finance. Then I moved to IT spheres, and I worked 7 years for IT company and for some small investment club. And then 2 years ago, I met the amazing team, YB, and come to do the amazing marketing with this team. So I started 2 years ago, Whites in this year. So yeah.
Okay.
And now I'm here.
Yeah. So your role is Chief Marketing Officer, and I'm also in marketing. So I've got some questions for you about that. But first, could you please just tell me about Whitebit in general? What is it?
Whitebit is European crypto exchange. So it's not just exchange. So we are ecosystem. So we have a lot of different products. Whitebit, like traditional techs. So we have WhitePay, also my colleague over here. Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me now?
That's good, yeah.
Okay, so we have our own White Chain. So we have our Generis, it's our agency, Web3 agency. So we have our The Coinomist, it's also media, your colleagues. And it's more focused Web3 projects. And also we have White Markets, it's platform with the skins, Counter-Strike skins. And
Sorry, with what?
Counter-Strike skin.
Okay.
So when you can buy some skins for a game.
Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike,
Okay.
yeah. So we have White.
Very interesting. Yeah, you got a lot of different, different tendrils.
Absolutely. Yeah, but we like it. So all good now.
Yeah.
So,
we're good. Yeah.
So we have White Invest. It's also our direction when we are investing some money in newest projects. So this is the most famous project in our ecosystem, but we call it a V group. It's about this. And yes, we have Telegram apps. We have some projects with the Pocket Rocket, maybe you heard it. So a lot of different projects in this sphere in Web3.
Okay. And did you mention just now White Chain?
Yeah.
So your own blockchain?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah, it's our own blockchain. It's in our ecosystem. So they have a separate marketing team, not me. So I'm more focused on Whitebit marketing and expansion. So yes. So
okay, and there's a coin as well. Is that associated with the chain, or?
No, it's just White Chain.
Okay.
Yeah, we have own Webtech coin. It's our infrastructure coin. So we'll talk a bit later about this. Yeah, so it's project.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the overview. All right, let's get into marketing. So tell us about how does you're the CMO at Whitebit. How do you think about marketing Whitebit? I know you've done some pretty interesting events, especially the trading.
Oh yeah, it's second question. Let's focus first question about how I see marketing. You know, I see the marketing of crypto marketing of previous maybe 8 or 10 years. It was marketing more focused on the dig-in style. Yeah, it's more about the KOLs and some short and small portion of audience. I think it would be divided for two in next 3-5 years. Maybe next year it will be divided for we call it Mercedes marketing because it's will goes for 3 different audience. The first, it's like 85%, maybe 90% of audience. It's crypto non-educated audience. So the people who are interested in some investments, who are ready to invest and thousands of dollars, but don't know how to do it. For them, for example, we did some researches in Ukraine and Europe, and a lot of people don't know if they want to buy Bitcoin, they buy not full Bitcoin. So this is the main question.
So people don't even know that you can buy less than a Bitcoin.
Yes.
So they see the price of Bitcoin. That's 120,000.
I have not such money. Yeah. So no. They stopping because of lack of educational, part. Yeah. So it's 85% of people. Can you imagine this amount of people?
Total beginners.
Yes. Then another part, it's like 10%. It's educated people who knows what is Bitcoin, what is the USDT. For example, if you and me in this basket, yeah. So, and I ask you, sell me this iPhone. I would answer, okay, send me, I don't know, 600 USD, and it's no problem to us to send it.
Yeah.
But these people not heavy traders, so they
not necessarily the DJs.
Yes, they, yeah, absolutely. So they will not try meme coins, they will not try fund tokens and so on. So it's just for holding. So they buy Bitcoin, send it to our crypto exchange, to maybe cold wallet, so on. And the last but not least audience, it's heavy crypto audience. It's also divided for traders. I'm not talking about B2B. Yeah, it's separate. We are talking about retail, personal. B2C clients. And it's also divided for two groups. First of all, it's people who are liking some airdrops, some discount hunters and so on, who are
the farmers.
Farmers, yeah. Let's say the main audience of hamster app and so on.
Yeah.
So and fund tokens and so on. And it's like 3.A audience, and 3.B it's professional traders who knows how to work with margins, with all these leverages, and who divide this professional divide and managing the risks and so on. So when we are talking about marketing, we need to think about this marketing funnel separated for every audience. Okay. Not every client from the first audience will become a heavy grip. How to buy the first 1,000 USDT? It's a big step, Yeah. So then they go to our platform, for example, use our own products, or trying to buy some Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, BBT coin, and just hold it.
Yeah.
So it's this funnel.
Yeah.
For second audience, we also need to interact with the maybe convert and some kind of easy trading terminal. So they don't need trading views. They don't need some heavy crypto instruments. And third audience, it's, as we said, you can work with KOLs, with signals chat and so on. So we understand we need to play on the three different pitches.
Okay.
But some instruments, when we are talking about the branding and the awareness, it's also divided for some different channels. For example, we can sponsoring Juventus, and we can address our message to the fans of Juventus. We can sponsoring F1 team, for example, as we saw yesterday morning. I have run around the marina, and I saw the preparation for F1 race for tomorrow. Start tomorrow, so we can sponsor some F1 team, or we can do some educational content. So
these sponsoring Juventus and Barcelona, that would be to target that 85% group.
Mostly yes, because but okay, you asked me about ICTC. Let's say about ICTC, and then it's our trading competition, and then about partnership. Okay, I try to be more structured.
Okay, so where would let's talk about the trading competition.
ICTC. So
ICTC.
International Crypto Trading Competition.
International Crypto Trading Competition.
Yeah, it was our it's amazing event. So it started, I think, maybe a year ago. I spoke to our President Vladimir Nosov, and he said, "Okay, let's do some amazing competition. Let's use our rights and do it on the Barcelona Stadium. In the center, two traders will trade 2 days. So the main reason to show how they can trade in lifetime, without any photoshops and the PNLs, how it works. And
there's no hiding.
No hiding. So in live.
Yeah.
So it would be broadcasted with the YouTube, with X, with everywhere. And together with my team, we started thinking how to manage it, because two people, it's not enough. And we decided to do something similar to Counter-Strike or Dota or cyber sport events. So we put 8 places. It was 8 different stands with 2 monitors and a computer, and start thinking how we can manage it. But we were forced with a lot of difficulties because regulatory, because we need to choose the right place, where to host it. We need to find some rules, so how to structure this event. And the name, everything starting with the idea and with the name. We call it International Crypto Trading Competition. We're starting reaching out top traders around the world. We wanna every continent be represented. So
the Olympics of trading, right?
Yes, Olympics of trading. And we did, and at the last moment, we decided to do one Cinderella. We call it Cinderella. So one people from the crowd. So we do pre-tournament, and one people can also go to the stage and compete with the professional traders. So it was finally we had 8 traders. We choose Andorra because it's
the location. For
yeah. It's location for event. It's a final event for in Andorra, and the rest of people can also trade from home. So, for example, if you wanna in real sport, you can never play with Yamin Yamal or Yildiz. Yeah, or in the cyber sport, you also can't play with a professional player because when they play in the tournament, you sit on the sofa and say, "Oh, I would play better," and so on. But in that case, we provide the opportunity to compete with the professional trader online. So you can also register on our exchange and be into the same framework and play with them. So it's the final. We had 2 days. It were from 3 o'clock till 9 o'clock Thursdays, and we close the terminals. You can put your orders for the overnight, and with stop loss and big profits. And then for the next day,
simulating a real world trading environment, right?
Absolutely. We gave all of the participants on stage trader. We gave 50K of USDT. It's real money. It's not demo tokens with the real we're trading. And at the end, the winner, who will have the highest depot at the end of day 2, will win and take all the profits from another trader.
Okay, nice.
So can you imagine? And the final and biggest prize it were May 10, 9 and 10, but May 11 in Barcelona. It's 300 kilometers from Andorra. Was planned El Clásico. Real Madrid played with Barcelona. And the name of winner were displayed on all LEDs around the stadium.
Wow.
The field. And when Yamal scored the goal, everywhere was the
winner of the
winner name.
Okay.
Yeah, so it were... So,
okay, I've got a lot of questions about this, but first of all, this trading competition, going back to those target audiences, you're talking about the people, the newbies, and then going down the funnel. If you had to choose which audience is being targeted with this competition.
Nice question. From the beginning, we think it's for heavy crypto people, because they understand, because it's competition war on futures, so it's not spot competition. So it's more for here. But when we saw the audience in YouTube and X, we saw a lot of people asking us quite simple question, and we understood it also for this audience, non-educated people, because they see it's online on YouTube, so it's more common, So it's at the end, it worked for every of these 3 audience.
Yeah, because I could imagine for the people who know how to trade, they might not have heard of Whitebit, but they would see this competition. They'd be like, "Oh, okay, that's Whitebit has all those features. I need those features. Maybe I'll start trading."
Yeah, for sure. And the traders also was quite happy. One guy, Evgen, tell me, my mom saw this competition and called me and said, "I love you, son. I know what you do now." Because this man, it's top contributor on TradingView, and our parents don't know what we do.
Right.
But she called him and said, "My neighbors, all my friends saw you on YouTube, in lifetime, you're the star. Wow,
Okay.
it's amazing. You know, for him, it for not money, not just money can.
Sounds like a great event. Just out of curiosity, so you had like the people at home who could trade. How did they do compared to the pros?
Oh, wait, I heard some music. Okay. You mean
so the people who could you had people who could just trade from home? They weren't up on the stage, right?
Yeah. So they do the same. So,
but did they? How did they fare in the competition? Did any of those people like have a decent comparable P&L to the pros who were up on the stage?
Yeah. Because all the scoring boards were opened. So it were broadcast on YouTube.
Yeah.
So they see everything. So all the orders were marked. And you can't erase it, and you can't delete it. Because when we reached out, some traders, they said that, okay, I'm ready to come, but, you know, what but? But can you please don't show my red P&Ls?
Yeah.
I say, no, man, it's absolutely live, and everything will be on the stage. And some traders were nervous and crying even because they secure a big loss and all the stage red.
Yeah.
They, shaking. So it's quite emotional.
Right. But what I want to know is you had these professionals who were up on the stage, right?
Yes.
And then you had some people at home. And who was the winner? Was the winner one of the
No, it's three different. It were three different like the leagues.
Okay.
So stage trader, then squads.
Yeah.
So all these squads or POLs teams can participate at the squad, and single solo trader.
Okay.
And we had the prizes for everyone.
Okay.
At the same time, you saw the winner P&L and percentage.
The overall.
Yeah, and you can compare him.
And so that's what I want to know. Which was the how did the
we have 8 people on the main stage and thousands people on the like a solo trader, and of course statistics. The best player were.
I see.
And they put when stage trader used our money, we gave them 50K.
Yeah.
These people use own money.
Okay.
So it's different.
Okay. Yeah. How about the Cinderella participants?
Also good, but the winner, it's a professional trader, Max Hamaha from IMAX, from Ukraine, from Odessa, so he won.
Okay.
And I promised to explain you about partnership.
Yes.
You know, when we are talking about partnership, it's more, you saw a lot of exchanges here, and our colleagues and other exchanges and other projects, a lot of them have partnership with the Formula One, with football players, with the boxers, with the tennis players, so on. But mostly when we talk with our team, mostly the partnerships focused on awareness and trust to the brand. And it's quite difficult to do, to divide it for 2 parts, for awareness and performance. But for example, with Barcelona, our partnership started 3 years ago, and we're focused more on awareness and the branding. Yeah, with Juventus, we signed the contract this season, so we just started, and we are providing a lot of performance activities and doing a lot of like benefits for fans. So we want to be closer to fans. We want to do some giveaways, for example, if you have account on Bybit, you can get 10% discount for this jersey, or tickets, or the hotel. You can win some meet and greet experience. You can visit. You can celebrate your birthday of your son in Skybox on Turin Allianz Arena. So we are doing, more traditional activities. All right. We're trying to play with performance part, because it's quite difficult to calculate the ROI from branding.
That was going to be my question. Now that we're sort of 2 marketing people and geeking out here, like how do you think about the ROI for brand marketing?
You can ask ChatGPT and he will answer you. So you need to measure your brand awareness, tone of voice, share of voice, and trust to your brand, but it's quite difficult to do. So you need to launch research, and you need to measure, for example, knowledge of your brand before. For example, in May in Italy, we did it, and then you work. But I think nobody from these big brands can do it in a moment. So I mean, for half year. So the iteration of this calculation needs to be more in here. So if you are not Coca-Cola, Procter & Gamble, and some brands like huge, so on this early stage, it's quite difficult to calculate this ROI from branding.
Yeah. So how do you convince the execs in the company to put money into marketing?
Oh, it's quite difficult. But we have Volodymyr Gosov, it's our CEO and president. He quite he works a lot with the marketing. So we are discussing with him, and it's more about the intuition, and it's more about how it works with B2B. So we're trying to calculate how it works. The amount of doors we open with when someone knows we're sponsoring Juventus or Barcelona. We're talking, and for me personally, also a lot of people say, "Oh, I saw you on the sleeve, so I know you. Who are you? What are you doing? What this logo means, and so on." So it's more, but it's not for now. It's not such a data-driven decision when we are talking about branding. We are trying to change it. Work a lot about brand measurement, but to be honest, every marketers will tell you, yes, we are measuring it, but I never seen the proven methodology, because when we are talking with Barca, they said us, okay, you get 35 media value due to Nielsen research this year, so pay us this amount. When we come to Juventus, they said, we can give you, we predict we can give you 100 million media value. I asked, how you calculate it? Because of TV broadcasting, and you see this social media. But it's
tally up all the impressions, and they're like, each impression is worth this many cents.
Yes. For example, you see this this match was broadcasted there, and 1 million people saw it. So we calculated. So, but I think I have, I'm quite good with math, so I know it's manipulating. So just trying to sell me something. When we talked with the Juventus, I said, please keep this slide because it's a bit annoying.
It doesn't mean anything to me anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. Very interesting. Well, thank you for getting.
So I answered about ICTC. So I can also announce we will do ICTC 2026. We don't know where because of regulation. But I am also inviting you to see it personally from the venue, and yes, it's when you ask me, is it worth the money we spend? I said yes, and that's why I'm announcing the next one.
Okay, cool. All right, so as we wrap things up here. Forgive the audience for letting two marketing nerds get into the weeds of how it all works. But to wrap things up, looking ahead to the future, how do you think crypto exchanges are going to evolve?
As I said, the competition level for this first audience is quite low, because you can bring uneducated user quite cheap to your platform, but you need to invest a lot of your energy and money to move it to the second level, to bring them all the instruments, maybe simple mode of your application, maybe some easier ways how to convert the money from USDT to Bitcoin and so on. So it's about educational content, and I think it would be more popular and popular with the days. You see this year, everyone talking about the Michael sale, or about, I heard it thousands of times during this conference. Everyone trying to move money and funds from traditional finance to crypto. And I think the regulation will help us to work with the more traditional ways of delivering the message to audience. So it will be more out of digging communities. So I predict it will doubling with the years.
Okay. All right. So I think that wraps it up. Thank you so much, Alex, for your time. Don't forget, we got these 2 jerseys up for grabs. Again, you have to mention @whitebit and @whitebit_com.
Okay, let's repeat: whitebit and whitepay.com.
Whitepay.
Yeah.
So, yes.
You take this.
Best comment or question is going to win these wonderful jerseys. And that wraps it up. Thank you again so much for your time. Next up, we've got the co-founder of Redstone Oracle. So stay tuned for that. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for doing this, sir. I really appreciate it.
Of course.
To start with, can you please tell me your name, what you do?
Of course. I'm Marcin, co-founder of Redstone, which is the second largest and fastest growing blockchain oracle in the market right now. We protect over $10 billion of assets on chain. And Oracle is a system that delivers mainly price feeds, so price information, but also other types of data related to the market on the blockchains. We support Ethereum, Solana, Ton, right now over 110 chains, so it would take me a moment to name all of them. And we are used by top protocols in the industry, such as Morpho, Pendle, Spark, Compound, and altogether we have over 200 clients. And I'm extremely bullish on the whole DeFi tokenization crypto, so very glad to be over here. Thank you for the invitation.
All right, great. So we'll get to Redstone and what it does, but first, could you give me a little background about yourself?
Of course.
What was the path that took you to what you're doing now?
Yeah, so I graduated quantitative methods in economics. So my background is statistics, econometrics, math, not necessarily coding. In 2017, I was writing my bachelor thesis, and I chose blockchain technology, Ethereum, and related aspects as the major topic. That gave me really strong fundamentals early on about consensus mechanism, gas, and many other like wallets aspects of the crypto industry. Then I worked in a crypto startup. I didn't get 3 months of a salary because it blew up. So that was my first job. It was pretty harsh, so hard beginnings, but thankfully I stayed in the ecosystem. Then I worked in Google Cloud that allowed me to understand distributed systems very well. And in 2020, together with Jakub Wojciechowski, who is the technical founder of Redstone, we started the journey with Redstone, and now we're here.
Yeah, classic crypto introduction, though. I love it. Okay, so yes. You briefly introduced Redstone, but let's take it in pieces. Redstone is primarily an oracle.
Yep.
What is that in 5-year-old language? What does that mean?
That's a good question. So blockchains natively do not communicate with real world. You have blockchain of Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, and so on. Not only they don't communicate between each other, but they also don't communicate with the outside world. So in order to use some information from regular, Singapore internet in general, you need an adapter that's going to deliver that information. And Oracles is that infrastructure that delivers the data for smart contracts to execute mainly. So Ethereum is the biggest beneficiary of Oracles. And then we have, of course, Solana, Sui, Aptos, and Avalanche, and so on and so on. As Redstone, we focus primarily on price feeds. So when the price of an asset, for example, Bitcoin, goes through 150K, the smart contract should execute a specific logic. Oracles are used by DeFi markets, especially lending, like Aave, Compound, Morpho, but also perpetual protocols like Hyperliquid, GMX, and so on. And essentially, the whole DeFi is based on Oracle accuracy at large.
I love this thing that you said, adapter. I've never heard this analogy, but I think it's perfect, right?
Yeah.
An adapter between like the real world and the on-chain world.
Exactly.
That's amazing. I love that. So I guess the first question that pretty much everyone is asking is, how are you different than your competitors?
Oh yeah, classic one, right? The biggest oracle right now is Chainlink, and they've been around for many, many years. The major difference is the architecture.
Okay.
Chainlink was designed in 2018 with fairly monolithic architecture that is heavy. So the instances that are on plenty of networks do not share resources between each other, which in our view is unscalable. Therefore, in 2020, when Jakub, the technical founder, won ETH New York City hackathon with an idea of interest rate swaps, he went to Chainlink asking about delivering those interest rate like software and other on-chain. And then Chainlink struggled to deliver that for months. So he asked himself, hey, what's the problem? Like, what's the crux of the issue over here?
Yeah.
And it turned out that the implementation of a new asset for Chainlink is fairly costly and also lengthy in terms of the time. So he designed Redstone to be a modular oracle, the first modular oracle. What it means is that he divided the architecture into 4 modules, and 3 out of 4 modules are shared across all the networks that we support. So in simple terms, you can think that Chainlink has to redeploy heavy infra on any new network that they support. And in our case, it's just more lightweight and scalable, as we are going to go into thousands of blockchains, millions of tokenized assets, and essentially like infinite number of dApps on chain.
Okay, so Chainlink's architecture is less able to go to new chains and new assets within a chain, basically.
Yeah, it's more costly and time consuming, and the complexity of their system increases with every new network that they support heavily. And we, from the get-go, were created to be able to support hundreds of assets, hundreds of thousands of assets, thousands of chains, and so on. So it's just the design principles with which you start an infrastructure. Those are really important because later it's very hard to change that as you're running already the shop.
Right. Okay. Does Chainlink know about this problem? Are they?
Yes. Of course. I mean, look, it's not that Chainlink is going to die or something, right? No, like, in my opinion, they're an extremely important piece of the whole DeFi puzzle. And I respect their team a lot for helping to bring like DeFi to where we are in general over here in 2020 DeFi summer. But there you need more diversity, right? Like there cannot be a single point of failure in our industry. That's for one. And for two, they focus on those use cases they already gathered, and new ones they select very carefully because they have limited resources in that sense. And we are just more nimble and effective player that has technical excellence. So I can also tell you on statistics, Redstone is right now 46 people.
Okay.
And 31 are technical people.
Nice.
So there's a very high ratio of engineering talent so that we can deliver innovation at a fast pace.
Nice. Gotcha. All right, so let me ask some questions about oracles in general, because I find this topic fascinating. What are the biggest challenges in general about having an oracle? For example, I imagine things like mispricing events or maybe front running, like people trying to front run data like that.
Yeah, that's a very valid question. So the most metric on which you measure an oracle is reliability.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Why? Because if an oracle is wrong, then a lot of damage can be done. So as I mentioned, Redstone protects right now $10 billion on chain. So that means if we were to blow up tomorrow and stop existing, $10 billion would be at risk. It doesn't mean that everything is going to be stolen, but they are at risk, right? For someone to do some malicious action. So an oracle delivers the data on chain, and there are 2 things that are important. One is the speed of delivery. So if the price changes, like how quickly you deliver that data on chain. So if you are wrong by 0.5% or 1% or 10%. And the second option is mispricing. So the real price in the market, let's say, is around, right now for Bitcoin, it's $115,000. And imagine an Oracle reports on chain $60,000 because of some glitch. Such an update would trigger a lot of smart contracts to execute their logic because they are just waiting for an Oracle to do this update. Some of the liquidation threshold would be hit because imagine you use Bitcoin as a collateral to borrow against USDC. Imagine like this.
Yeah.
And right now the value of one Bitcoin is $115,000, and an Oracle updates just one update of $60,000. It means on-chain a smart contract believes that the Bitcoin that is as collateral is worth way less. So it allows liquidators to close the position, liquidate that, and then a person that was actually holding the position is unrightfully liquidated. And the beautiful thing about Redstone, and I hope, keep my fingers crossed, we keep that, is we've never had a single price manipulation on downtime, which means we are the only major Oracle that has never ever experienced such occurrence, which positions us very well in this race in general. Like Chainlink and other competitors did have smaller hiccups, nothing major, nothing like that blew up like enormously. But yeah, like 100% reliability is not easy to keep track on, and I hope we are going to continue to do so.
You mentioned that maybe some of your competitors have had hiccups. Why does that happen? And then why haven't you had any of these problems?
Yeah, so for the audience to understand, it's really important that Oracle is an infrastructure business that is targeted for developers. As a user, you don't directly interact with an Oracle. It's rather the protocol you are using. Imagine Compound, Morpho, Euler, and so on, Spark.
Okay, yeah.
When you're using it, then you're using Oracle indirectly, like an Oracle is protecting that system. So our motto is by builders for builders. So we are engineers at heart ourselves, and we know engineers on the other side are going to introduce that product in their systems. So we have the principle of always listening to the developers. Like naturally there are business people that have like some business goals, but we need to understand first what is the fundamental value an engineer wants to get from what we are delivering. This is the most important one. And we put a lot of time and effort to ensure we have a couple of layers of redundancy. So imagine we deliver a single price feed. We usually have 3 layers of redundancy. And actually the 4th one would be a human being like clicking send transaction. So you can imagine like a defense system. Like if the first goes down, then you default to the second one, then to the third, and then to the 4th one. And in our architecture, we never touched even the 3rd one. And we always run it just in case like something really bad happens, because we know that, a lot of money is at stake. So we need to make sure that everything is very, very accurate.
And these defense systems, I'm just trying to get a picture in mind. So using your example of the price of Bitcoin is 115K.
Yeah.
Maybe the Oracle, for whatever reason, interprets it at 60K.
Yep.
How does that move down this like defensive stack, right? So let's say it goes into the first part. It says, "Oh, 60K is the price." How are you checking to see if this is wrong or not? Is there like some like, "Oh, this is more than 5% difference than the last tick"?
Yeah, so the exact methodology I cannot share because then someone's going to game it. But roughly, yes, we do measure, let's say, the historical price changes, and we observe the new price changes. And if it's very much outside of the bound, so imagine last update was 115, and the next one that we are in theory supposed to do is like 60. Our AI system actually right now is detecting that and then analyzing if that would be actually like a correct price, and then runs like an additional analysis before the price is updated. But even more important, I was talking about redundancy in delivery. So imagine the price was 115 and actually it did move to 120. So it did move like in reality. Then you have the service, an Oracle that delivers price on chain. Let's imagine like an Oracle throwing it on chain. And imagine for whatever reason, because of AWS server or Google Cloud server outrage, this first layer does not shoot. Then we have the second layer that is not correlated with the first layer that is going to do the job. And if for whatever reason there was this very unlikely event of both of them failing at the same time, we always have the third one, and then the 4th one is a human being, right? So it's about making sure that even if the systems like collapse like one by one, there's always like a backup option to deliver it.
Very, very cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Just as a side tangent, while we're talking about this, it does seem like, I mean, again, this is not connected to like oracles in particular, but it does seem like when I look at like past um, exploits or problems for on-chain exchanges like Hyperliquid, for example, there are some problems with like the people exploiting how the Oracle posts things like Jelly and things of that nature. Is that mostly because of how Hyperliquid implemented their personal Oracle, basically, or because at that time they weren't pooling all the prices from multiple exchanges. It was just their own internal price.
Yeah, so Hyperliquid is an interesting case. In Hyperliquid core, so the major perp market, you have this internal oracle that is delivering the price feeds. And then you also have Hyper EVM, which is layer 1 blockchain EVM compatible, where Redstone is the main oracle.
Okay.
But it's for the EVM, like the chain. You're talking right now about the core.
Yes.
And with Jelly, what happened was Jelly was like a meme coin, so fairly low market cap. And there was a person in March of this year that was trying to manipulate the market by, as far as I remember correctly, creating a very large short position and many small long positions.
And they also controlled they controlled like a majority of the supply. So they had been buying the supply for a long time, so then they could do whatever they want with the price.
Exactly. And over there, not the oracle was a problem. It was rather parameters like what kind of asset can be used for perps in general, because you have to think it that way. When you have Bitcoin, ETH, Sol, so the major assets, and you create perpetual contracts on top, there is a lot of volume on spot and liquidity in general to back up the perpetual market in general, and the market cap is large. With Jelly, that was like a meme coin. So the market cap inherently was small, and then you add perp on top. So you can imagine that there is a fire already, like, burning, and then put petrol on it. So, it blows up very much. So it's rather the question to Hyperliquid, like whether that kind of an asset should be allowed to be traded with perps with such a leverage or not, right? And the moment it wasn't actually a hack. It was more exploit. It was even more like a manipulation, I would call it. When the manipulation was happening, then Hyperliquid decided to sort of like roll back the price to the original one so that they protect the users. And there's the question, like, was it good or bad? And there's no like one definite answer. As with oracles, there is not. Like usually it's like how the system is designed to perform. For Hyperliquid, the most important was to protect their users. So that's the reason they decided to do that way. In our case, there are going to be HIP-free markets with Hyperliquid. Those are permissionless markets that anyone can spin up as long as you have enough stake of HYPE. And then you can decide which oracle is going to be used in those markets. And Redstone is going to be the major oracle to provide such a service. So right now we talk with Ethena, USDH, which is the native Hyperliquid dollar that was recently like announced over there, and many Felix, many other protocols. So we are going to support them in creating those new perps markets. And we will be also helping them to decide on those parameters like, leverage and like which kind of tokens to choose. I'm not extremely bullish on perps on meme coins because meme coin itself is already volatile. I'm really bullish on perps on middle tail. So imagine on CoinMarketCap, assets that are between number 30 to 100. Let's call it on market cap. I would call it like middle tail, not like blue chip, but also not long tail. And also I'm extremely bullish on stocks. The moment we create on Hyperliquid or any other platform, but I believe on Hyperliquid is going to be first, like at scale trading perps with stocks, we won. Because ultimately the trading on chain is going to be more effective. It's going to be 24-hour, it's going to have a lot of liquidity, and it's going to be extremely effective in terms of like the fees and the brokers and whatsoever. So this is like the future that I envision very, very shortly.
Awesome. Okay, I have a couple questions now that hopefully won't be too boring for the audience. But I think one of the things that Hyperliquid ended up doing to kind of address this jelly situation and maybe one other situation that they had, which was the Oracle checked the price of other markets because that would have also been able to fix the jelly situation because jelly didn't spike on any of the other markets like Binance's and stuff like that. I'm assuming that Redstone does that too, right? To determine the kind of what the actual price is of something, right? Like you have to kind of, I guess, query multiple markets to see kind of what you call the definitive price. Is that correct?
Yes. Right now we use over 300 sources, and many times we deliver a median. The reason is median is imperfect in accuracy, so it's not super accurate, but it's really hard to skew, because for an attacker to skew a median, they would need to like go one by markets, right? So median is always this middle value from many of the sources. Specifically about JDJ, that was not an easy situation because, you know, there were not that many markets that was listing that.
Yeah.
And funny enough, when the whole manipulation was happening, Binance, I believe, OKX and Bybit like introduced trading of that.
Yeah.
So also the price was changing, right? Because then you have this very philosophical question, what is price?
Yeah, exactly.
And we could go like, you know, for a 20-hour journey and talking about what the price is. But from our perspective as an Oracle, it's really important to understand what is the volume or liquidity on chain of a specific asset and how to create something that is robust. So if it was for Redstone, at least today, we would not allow to create JDJ market in the first place.
Oh, interesting.
So we would say, hey, this is just too dangerous to create. I mean, like the gain to risk ratio was not there. Like there were not that many people that were interested in that market because it was small anyway. And there was a lot of risks involved that did happen in the end, right? So we would be saying more like, hey, you know, this asset is fairly small. Let's move to something that is a bit bigger, that is a bit safer. And then if the safer asset turns out to work well, then we can go to the more dangerous one. So we are always taking a very step-by-step approach that wouldn't allow the users to burn their fingers in a sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. And then the second question, you mentioned getting stocks, like equities on chain. Now, the thing that this immediately brings up to mind is equities only trade in like a very small window of